Chapter 51. The mountain's quaking answer and its effect. The superiors, however, appointed others and sent them after me. But these also had much battle with the storm, for it was nearly early autumn, called the Canine days, and there were nearly constant storms in Galilee, and that much more upon this land's sea. The former therefore did not arrive at the place of my stay until the 5th day, requesting to speak with me. But I did not admit them, knowing what they were after, letting them know that I shall be staying longer and then visit nearby localities, and that they had to keep quiet or suffer serious consequences. It was, however, the day after Sabbath just then, what is today Sunday, and a most clear and beautiful day at that. And Kisjona came to me to suggest to me, and all present, the scaling of a very high nearby mountain. This was as yet an unnamed mountain, because geography in this time was still in its infancy, and therefore most mountains, valleys, plateaus, seas, brooks, and rivers had no official names, but only such as they were referred to by neighbouring folk. The biggest problem was with mountain names. Mountains that did not stand isolated, such as a Tabor, Lebanon, Ararat, or Sinai, but being part of an extensive mountain chain, generally had no names of their own, except an occasionally local or temporary one, named not seldom after some wealthy alpine owner who grazed his herds there. If the property changed hands, then such mountain was renamed after its owner. Therefore, this place, situated on the border between Galilee and Greece, was a central toll gate, because from there a fairly well-laid alpine mule track led from Galilee to Greece, used by thousands of diverse trading folk, transporting their many wares by camels, mules, and donkeys. When the newly arrived Pharisees heard that we were about to scale the lofty mountain, they asked Kisjona whether they could join the company. Kisjona said, "If you are or can be of good will, then this mountain, being my sole property and extending 20 hours in length and 5 hours wide, shall be sufficiently roomy to receive you too. But as hostile spies of the Capernaumene and Jerusalemite priesthood, I could not, as a Greek, and now fervent follower of the holy, and by my conviction the only true teaching, of this holy master of all masters, find any use for you at all, and would avoid your company with every means at my disposal. Ask your hearts. If they are pure, then you have clear passage. If impure, then you better go back from where you came." Say the Pharisees, "We are pure and without guile. We are confessors of Moses and are Jews, as Jesus also is a Jew, not being able to destroy Moses' law. But as there is powerful renown about his deeds and teaching, we have to be very much concerned about whether his teachings and deeds do not undo Moses. If they confirm Moses and the prophets, then we too shall accept them. But if they are contrary, then it speaks for itself that we have to be against them. Says the tax collector, "The way you just spoke, your forefathers also spoke to the prophets, and then stoned them as God deniers. And to my knowledge, very few only were not stoned. Yet you put on your prophets at every opportunity to boast them. Yet your forefathers were exactly what you are, and none of you is better by a hair's breadth than your forefathers who stoned the prophets. Therefore, I do not trust you in the presence of this holy prophet of all prophets. You indeed call yourselves confessors of Moses, but in your doings you are further from Moses than this earth is from heaven. Therefore, examine yourselves as to whether you are worthy of scaling this my mountain with us." Say I to Kisjonah, "Let them come with us. When it gets too much for them, then they will indeed turn back, for none of their kind has climbed a mountain yet. Perhaps this high mountain's pure air shall somewhat clean their hearts." Kisjonah was happy with this, and we commenced our journey up with all care. And the 5 daughters were not missing either, and were about me like chicks, asking me all kinds of things about the primordial creation and the coming into being of such mountains. And I explained all to them in accordance with their grasping ability. The disciples too, as well as the large crowd accompanying us, listened in on our discussions, to their delight. And Nathanael, who was the most taken in with my deity, talked to the mountain from time to time, saying, "O mountain, do you feel who it is that is setting his foot upon you?" And each time Nathanael put such exalted question to the mount, its reverberation was perceivable to all. But the Pharisees became most fearful and started to induce the people not to venture up further. This could be a holy mountain from antiquity, not to be climbed by the unworthy, and the mountain starting to quake and rage and ruin all for the sake of the one. But the people said, "Then you better turn back yourselves, because this mountain, which we have often climbed, has never yet quaked on our account." To this, the Pharisees started to grumble about the people, and the mountain shook with the Pharisees' grumbling. And these turned around and ran as fast as they could from the mountain back to the plain, and we were rid of some tiresome company. We then quietly continued our journey, reaching Kisjonah's extensive alpine ranch towards the evening, where we also settled in for the night. Only on the second day, on account of fatigue among the women, did we set out to scale this mountain's highest peak, from where an uncommonly glorious view was to be had over all of Judea, Samaria, Galilee, and a large portion of Greece. Chapter 52. The Spirit World. We spent a day and a night on that summit and enjoyed much that was magnificent and marvellous. There was, of course, nothing marvellous for me, since within me lies, and must lie, the first cause for all the countless phenomena and happenings. But for all those who were with me, there was a great and boundless abundance of all the magnificent and marvellous things. To begin with, there was the extremely delightful wide view which kept the eyes busy all through the day. Then, when the sun had set, I allowed people's inner vision to open up so that they could look into the great spirit world. How surprised they all were to see above the earth a vast world full of living and acting beings, and very vast, partly most delightful regions and areas, but looking very desolate and melancholy towards midnight. I, however, secretly bade all the spirits be silent about me. Many disciples discussed with the spirits life after physical death, and the spirits gave them very obvious proof that after the death of the body there is still another and more perfect life, and what it is like. Also, Jonah said, "Now all my wishes are fulfilled. By all I possess and by this mountain, which is standing on my earthly property, I would give 1/2 of all I possess if I could only have some of the principal Sadducees and Essenes here who do not believe in a life after the death of the body." How beautifully these wise people would be knocking their noses against the spirit world. Once I myself was quite captivated by their doctrines, but eventually gave them up again, as fortunately a rather weird apparition of my deceased father set me right. It is extraordinary. One can of a truth deal and converse with these beings as with the like of us. But what astonishes me is that among so many spirits, of whom I personally recognize some very well, there is to be seen no patriarch, prophet, nor king. I said, "My dear friend and brother, these are alive in the spirit world just as truly as these. But in order for them to not be accorded a kind of divine adoration by the millions upon millions of spirits, they are kept isolated from the other spirits in a special location called the limbo, the abode of righteous souls who lived before the coming of Christ, where they wait in their expectation of being, in this very time, freed by me, and then installed in the heavens of the primordial dwelling place of my angels, which also shall indeed take place shortly. Besides that, however, these spirits of the patriarchs, prophets, and righteous kings constitute a kind of watch between hell proper and the world of spirits, to prevent hell from darkening, polluting, and leading them astray. Satan, indeed, from time to time, is permitted to walk abroad in the natural world to cause mischief. But entry to this spirit world is blocked off to all devils everlastingly. Because where life proper has taken its actual inception, death remains far away forever. Satan, devil, and hell are judgment, and therefore death itself, and have therefore nothing further to do in the kingdom of life. do you really understand this? Says Kis Jonah, as well as I can, and your grace permitting it, I understand it, O Lord. But there probably is an immense amount behind it, which I probably shall not be able to understand until once a dweller myself of this rather gloomy than friendly world. Towards the east and south, this spirit world truly has a most beautiful and friendly appearance. But towards the west and the north, it looks more miserable and sad than the wide desert where the great Babylon once stood. Such sight then spoils the charm of the east and south. I said, You are right. It verily is as your feeling tells you. But the spirits whom you are seeing now by the hundreds of thousands do not see the west and north the way you do. For a spirit can see only what at any particular time corresponds with his innermost. Since, however, neither the west nor north, seen here, correspond to their innermost, they see neither west and still less the north. Only after they shall once become equal to my angels shall they be able to see it all the way you do now. Says Kis Jonah, Lord, this is somewhat dim and I do not understand it yet. But I figure that this is not necessary for the present. But since, O Lord, you are right now so liberal with these wonderful revelations, how about showing us, besides all these countless spirits, a couple of angels? I've heard so much about archangels, cherubim and seraphim, and have read so much in the scriptures and formed all kinds of concepts about it, which probably were highly imprecise and therefore erroneous. You, O Lord, could provide me with a proper concept now if it were your holy will. The 5 daughters who were constantly around me also asked me for it. But I said, I intend to do so, but not before this earth's midnight. But for now, keep conversing with the spirits. Only do not give my presence here away to them. All were happy with this promise and anticipated the passing of midnight longingly. Chapter 53. 3 lunar spirits speak about the lunar world. Kis Jonah, however, who had a smattering of astronomy, began to estimate whether in accordance with the stars, midnight had been passed yet, because in that age it was a long way still to the clocks of today, and one resorted to calculations, unreliable of course, in accordance with the stars. Says Kis Jonah after a while, In accordance with my calculations, midnight should be over by now? I said, Friend, your calculation is good for nothing, because we still have an hour to midnight. Therefore, it is better not to calculate, because the movement of the stars is quite different to what you think. Even your calculation in itself is wrong, and therefore it shall not be likely for you to come up with the middle of the night from the position of and movement of the stars. People who shall be capable of this have still to be born, but now it is not time yet by far. But after diverse conversations, midnight nevertheless came, and a half moon rose. Kis Jonah's daughters hurriedly asked me what the moon could be actually, and how it can wax and wane like that. But I said to them, My most beloved daughters, directly behind you stand 3 spirits from the moon. Ask them. They shall tell you exactly what the moon is, and how it constantly changes its light, sometimes losing it altogether. Here the eldest one immediately asked the 3 spirits about the moon, and these said, Lovely one, your asking us about the moon is like us asking about the earth, which you inhabit. Although you do not know why it is dark on earth right now, you do not ask about it. How can you ask about the moon, which is much further away from you than the earth that carries you? See, our moon, just like your earth, is a world. Your earth is round like a sphere, and so is ours. Your earth is half illuminated by the great sun. So is our moon. With you, the duration of the night on average is about 13 of your short hours, and approximately likewise your days. But on the moon, 1 night and 1 day each last the duration of 14 days and nights of your earth. And therefore, seen from your earth, the constant changing phase of the moon. And that is a big difference between the moon and your much bigger earth. But another big difference emerges between your earth and the moon, in that the moon is inhabited by beings like me, only on one side, not visible to you, whereas your earth is inhabitable and mostly inhabited throughout. Life on the moon is not as blessed as on your earth. There is intense cold and much unbearable heat, much hunger and not seldom burning thirst. Therefore do not hanker after that small but exceedingly hard world, upon whose fields grow no wheat or corn, and even less wine. But on the side which you are able to constantly see, no beings dwell in the flesh, neither animal nor man, but unfortunate, helpless, and near helpless spirits. And now you know as much as you need to know. But do not harbour the wish to find out more about the moon, because such knowledge would in the end make you very unhappy. Abide in love, and let go of all wisdom, for it is better to eat at the table of love than to lick the scanty dew from lunar wisdom stones. After this account, the 3 lunar spirits left, and the daughters asked me confidentially whether the situation on the moon is as related by the 3 lunar spirits. And I say, Yes, my most beloved daughters, it is exactly so, and sometimes far worse. But now let us leave the moon its journey, and all look towards the east. I shall summon several angels from heaven, and you shall see them come from there. Therefore, direct your eyes there. Chapter 54. The Return of the 12 Apostles. All direct their eyes towards the east now, where, as with the rising sun, it is getting ever brighter. Only for the inner vision, of course, although the eye of the flesh also is affected. Finally, after some time of steady brightening in the east, shapes brighter than the sun appear, in perfect human form, floating towards us through the air. The light of these 3 angels, who on account of their steadfastness, firmness, and light, are referred to by the general term cherubim. The world of spirits nearly was eclipsed, and the spirits seemed like alpine mists hovering about the mountain peaks. When the 3 cherubim had come into our midst, they dimmed their light and fell upon their faces before me, saying, Lord, who in the eternally endless heavens is worthy of seeing your most holy countenance? To you alone all honour in eternity and infinity. But I said to them, Veil yourselves and hasten down to a place where my 12 messengers are waiting. They have fulfilled my will, and it is enough. Therefore fetch them and bring them here. That instant the 3 angels veiled themselves, departing quickly and bringing, in a few moments, the dispatched 12 to me on the mountain top. The 12, except for Judas, were filled with joy for having been brought to me from a great distance in this miraculous fashion. Only Judas said, Forever do I say thanks for such journey. It took only a few moments, but I was scared, and the draught. The angels had, however, allowed only Judas to feel this, while the other 11 felt none of all this. This happening, however, made the rounds among the people verbally for a long time afterwards, namely, that the 12 disciples were brought to me on the mountain from a great distance by the angels. Upon the mountain, nevertheless, many began to fear, saying, By heaven, the goings-on here are too miraculous, almost too hard to bear. While the others said, This only Jehovah himself can effect. But the 12 had much to tell about their experiences in the short time. I, however, commanded the angels to procure bread and wine in proper quantities, as the 12 were very hungry and thirsty, as they had not received to eat or drink for a whole day. And the angels at once did as I commanded them, bringing bread and wine in the right quantity. The 12 then took bread and wine and ate and drank what they needed and were fortified. The 5 daughters, however, wanted to sample such bread and wine, and asked me for it. But Kisjonah chided them for being voracious, saying, To be voracious also is a sin. Therefore self-denial in all things is essential. Otherwise man cannot achieve virtue, without which there can be no life. But I said, Friend, let this sin be forgiven your daughters forevermore. For sins which are basically no sins are easy to forgive. Your daughters are in all seriousness hungry and thirsty, and bread and wine there is plenty for everyone here. And therefore, let all enjoy it in accordance with need, once the most needy 12 have been fortified. That put Kisjonah and his 5 daughters at ease, whereupon I asked the 12 disciples to hastily hand out bread and wine, and they did so at once. All in all, there were this time about 800 persons upon the mount, which had a spacious top, with a flat rock of about 10 yards height jutting out of it, which also was easy to climb from the south. All ate and drank and were filled, lauding and praising me for their being fortified so miraculously. And Kisjonah spoke down from the aforementioned rock, which he scaled to that end. Lend an ear, friends and brethren. We are conversant with Scripture, starting with Moses right up to our time, as also with the books of the wars of Jehovah, which are mentioned by Moses and many other prophets, which we obtained from Persia, reading the translations, since they were endorsed by many wise men. But of all the miracles described therein, there is not one comparable to that now taking place before our eyes. Such is unheard of not only in Israel, but the entire world. Who is it, therefore, that must be he who accomplishes such deeds, which none besides God can accomplish for sure? Chapter 55. The difference between science and faith. After this, I call Jonah down from his 10-yard high pulpit, telling him confidentially, "Keep it secret for now, and do not give me away before time, because there are many around here who have not yet reached your ripeness, and must not find out fully yet as to who I actually am, or the enlivening of their spiritual liberation would come under judgment, from which such spirit could then hardly ever ascend. It is enough that many are now getting a premonition as to who I am, with most of them taking me for either a great prophet and some for God's Son, which now I am in my exterior. More than this would be of much harm for the present. Therefore, we also shall leave them with that opinion and belief for now, and you must therefore not give me away beyond that." Says Jonah, "Yes, Lord, this is certainly so, but I also am a human. Will it not be to the judgment of my soul as well to not only believe without a doubt, but be imbued through and through with the knowledge as to who you are?" I said, "You I have prepared through word and teaching. When I came to you a few days ago, you took me for a very wise and highly accomplished doctor. And when you saw me accomplish unusual deeds, you began to take me for a prophet through whom God's Spirit acted. But being a man of much experience, you felt prompted to find out how I had achieved such perfection. Thereupon I revealed to you what man is, and what is in him, and also what can become of man when he has fully recognized himself, achieving by that the fullest life-liberty of his spirit. But then I also showed you how God himself is a man, and this is why you too, as well as all beings like you, are also men. I then also showed you confidentially that I myself am that man, and that every man is called to become and be forever what I myself am. You were astonished, knowing from then on who I am. And see, this was a purposeful preparation of your soul and spirit, so that you could now watch me create an earth, or men from stones, without being harmed. Because you accepted freely, and that in a fully scientific way, that God can be a man, and man can be a God. And so it can no longer trouble your soul and spirit to fully understand that I alone am the one true God and Creator of all things from eternity. But it is quite different with other people, who on the whole are not accessible to the scientific approach. These only have faith, and otherwise little understanding. The faith of the soul, however, is nearer to life than the most perfect intellect. If the faith is a coerced one, however, then it also becomes a shackle to the soul. If, however, the soul is shackled, then there can be no talk of the development of the spirit within it. But where, as in your case, the intellect first was brought to the right insight, there the soul remains free and takes for itself light from the intellect to the extent of her tolerance and digestive capacity. And thus, through a properly educated intellect, a true, full, and living faith develops, from which the spirit within the soul receives the right nutrients, becoming steadily stronger and mightier, which can be perceived by any man whose love towards me and neighbour gets steadily stronger and mightier. But as stated, where man's intellect quite often is undeveloped, man having only faith, which in its confined state is as it were only an obedience to the heart and its will, such must then be approached with caution, for it to not go numb with delusion, or be hideously sidetracked, as it is only too obviously and unfortunately the case with all heathens and others at this time. And you will now see why I called you down from the rock before, when you intended revealing me to the people. Therefore no blind should lead another, but rather one of penetrating intellect, otherwise they both fall into the abyss. I say unto you all, be assiduous and acquire a proper knowledge in all things. Examine everything you encounter, and retain what is good and true, and you shall find it easy to grasp the truth, and enliven the formerly dead faith, making it into a true lantern of life. I say unto you, and therefore also to all, if you want to reap the proper benefit from my teaching, then you must first understand it, and only then truly act in accordance with the truth. Just as the Father in heaven is perfect in all things, even so you too must be perfect, otherwise you cannot become his children. You have read Matthew's scripture and my Sermon on the Mount, in which I taught the disciples to pray, and this with the invocation, Our Father. He who says such prayer in his heart, yet does not understand it in the right sense, is like a blind who praises the sun, yet is not able to see or form a concept of it in spite of its mighty light. He does not, of course, sin therewith, yet it is in reality of no account to him, for he still remains in the same darkness. Thus, if you want to truly educate a human heart for life, then do not overlook the proper development of the intellect, or you should make a blind worshipper of the sun out of him, which is fit for nothing. Chapter 56. Moses' account of the creation. After this instructive talk, of which Kisjonah said that it left him no further question, the coming day began to dawn in the east. And on the mountain peak, where we were quite snug, a very cool morning breeze crept in, and Kisjonah suggested we should move down to the nearest alpine hut until the sun came up. I said, let's leave that. This light morning frost at this height will actually harm no one, but rather strengthen everyone's limbs. Besides, it won't last long, and has to be so, otherwise a certain variety of spirits, not to be described further here, would bring bad weather for the day, if not prevented from rising by the powerful peace spirits. Kisjonah was reassured, and we tarried on the mountain peak until midday. After midday, however, we moved down to the alpine ranch again, where we stayed another 2 days, with all sorts of discussions about man's life responsibility and the nature of the earth, the stars, and all kinds of other things. Much of it was beyond the rather dull section of the Jews and the Pharisees who remained with me. But they did not argue about anything, because these Jews and Pharisees, who had turned my way already on the day of my first visit at the tax collector Jonah's house, in reality were more awake and better spirits and more sober thinkers, and had already a high opinion of me, and received my word as godly. These are therefore not to be compared with those driven back to Capernaum, nor with those who 4 days earlier had been driven down to the lowland by the mountain's liveliness. But although the above-mentioned better Jews and Pharisees already were quite firm followers of mine, they shrugged their shoulders at some explanations about the true and graduated coming into being of the creation of the earth and all things in and upon it, as also about countless other heavenly bodies, saying among themselves, "Is not this diametrically opposed to Moses? Where are the 6 days of creation, and where the Sabbath on which God rested? What is then Moses' account of the coming into being of all that comprises all parts of the world? If this worker of miracles from Nazareth now gives us a completely different teaching, making Moses obsolete, then what should we say to that? But if he disposes of Moses, then he also disposes of all the prophets, and ultimately even of himself. Because if there is no Moses, then the prophets are also nothing, and therefore also the expected Messiah, whom he purports to be. Yet, basically, this teaching is correct, and it could easily be with the creation as he explained it now, rather than Moses' account. Chapter 57. The First Day of Creation. Jesus. Is it not written, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day." See, these are Moses' words. If you were to take these in their natural sense, you should have to at once see their ultimate absurdity. What of a truth is the heaven and earth, of which Moses says all was created in the beginning? In man, heaven is the spiritual, and earth the natural. This still is void and without form, as in your case. The waters are your deficient knowledge of all things, above which the Spirit of God moves indeed, but not yet within them. Since God at all times, however, sees the terrible darkness in your material world depth, God says to you, as manifestly even now, "Let there be light." It begins thereupon to dawn within your natures, and God indeed sees how good is the light upon your darkness. But it is yourselves who do not want to recognize it. For this reason, therefore, a division takes place within you. Day and night verily are separated, and through the day within, you then recognize the former night of your hearts. With man, his initial natural being is late evening, and therefore night. Since God gives him light, however, such light is to him a veritable sunrise, and out of man's evening and sunrise verily come man's first day of life. Therefore, see, if Moses, who most certainly had been an initiate into all Egyptian science, had intended in his scripture to indicate the coming into being of the first terrestrial day, then he would, with all his science and wisdom, have noted that no day could ever emerge from evening and morning. Night proper surely always follows evening, and day comes only after the morning. What therefore lies between evening and morning is night. Only what lies between morning and evening is day. Had Moses said, "And therefore out of morning and evening emerged the first day," then you would have been entitled to take this in its natural sense. But for good reasons of correspondences, he said exactly the reverse. And this signifies man's evening and night, which also is understandable, since nobody has seen the highest wisdom in a child yet. When a child is born, its soul finds itself in utter darkness, and therefore night. The child nevertheless grows, receiving all kinds of instruction, gaining all sorts of insights with that. And see, this is dusk comparable with evening. Indeed, you say that it dawns also in the morning, and Moses therefore might have said, "And from dawn and an actually bright morning emerged the first day." To this I say, indeed, had he availed himself of spiritual correspondences to tell mankind the crassest nonsense. But Moses knew that only evening corresponds to man's terrestrial state. He knew that it was with man's worldly intellectual education, exactly as it is with the gradually waning light of natural evening. The greater the pursuit of worldly things through men's intellect, the feebler the pure divine light of love and spiritual life in their hearts. Therefore also Moses called such a worldly light of men the evening. Only when God through his mercy kindles a small light of life in the heart does man begin to understand the nothingness of all that he had previously acquired through the intellect. His spiritual evening, whereupon he starts to gradually see how the treasures of his evening light are as transitory as this light itself. The right light out of God, however, kindled in the hearts of men, is that morning which together with the preceding evening brings about the first true day within man. From this my present explanation, however, you must see what a vast difference there has to be between these two respective lights, or rather, cognitions. Because all cognition from the worldly evening light is deceptive and transitory. Only truth lasts forever, and deception has in the end to come to naught. Chapter 58. The second day of creation. But it can nevertheless happen that the divine light is poured out over the evening light in man's heart and be so consumed or blended that it would in the end be no longer possible to know the natural light within man from the divine. God then made a divide between the two waters, which bespeaks the two cognitions with which I have now adequately acquainted you, and he thus divided the two waters. The division itself, however, is the actual heaven within man's heart expressing itself in true and living faith, and not ever in a void intellectual musing. For this reason also I call him who has the mightiest and most undoubting faith a rock, which I place as a new divide between heaven and hell. And this fortification no powers of darkness shall overcome forever. When this fortification is placed within man, and his faith waxes ever mightier, then through such faith the nothingness of natural cognition becomes steadily more apparent. Natural cognition then moves to subordinate itself to the dominance of faith, and with that, out of man's evening and the steadily brightening morning, there arises the other and by far brighter day. In this second day condition, man already recognizes that which alone must maintain itself as ultimate truth forever. But proper order, nevertheless, still is lacking within him. Man still continually blends the natural with the purely spiritual, often spiritualizing nature too much, and therefore seeing the material also with the spirit. Therefore, not yet being decidedly on the side of the right deed. He resembles a world of water, which indeed is surrounded on all sides with lucent air. Not being clear, however, about whether his water world came forth from the translucent air surrounding it, or the latter proceeding from the water world. That is, he is not sure within himself yet whether his spiritual cognition developed from his natural one, or whether the latter secretly came out of a possibly secretly pre-existent and secretly active spiritual cognition in man. Or, to put it more plainly still, he does not know whether faith proceeds from knowledge, or the latter from the former, and what the difference is between them. In short, he cannot work out whether the chicken was before the egg and the seed before the tree. God then comes once again to help man along, provided man has done what he could from the strength loaned to him and therefore his, on this second day of his spiritual education. And this additional help consists in the provision of more abundant light, which then, like the sun in spring, not just by greater light intensity, but the warmth affected with this, starts to fertilize all the seeds laid in man's heart. This warmth, however, is called love, and spiritually constitutes the soil within which the seed starts sprouting and thrusting out its roots. And see, this is what is written in Moses, that God said, "Let the waters be gathered together in certain separate places, so that the dry and firm land can be seen, from which alone the seeds can grow into living and enlivening fruit." And it says, And God called the dry land earth, and the water now gathered at certain places, the seas. Then the question is, for whose benefit did God call it so? For himself, verily he would not have needed it, since it surely would sound somewhat divisive to attribute to the highest wisdom in God his special pleasure in succeeding with the naming of the dry land as earth and the gathered waters as seas. Yet God surely could not do the naming of the dry land and the gathered waters for anyone's benefit, since there was no being besides himself in this creation period to understand him. Such saying of Moses, therefore, cannot possibly have a material, but only a spiritual sense, having only a potentially retrospective spiritual sense in relation to the erstwhile creation of the worlds, that is, from the spiritual to the material, this being capable of comprehension only by the wisdom of angels. But the way it stands, it has a purely spiritual sense, and indicates how initially the individual and society at large develop in time and periods from their necessary original natural state to the gradually purer spiritual. Man, therefore, is being sorted out even in his natural state. The cognitions have their place. That is man's sea. And the love emerging from the cognitions as a soil capable of carrying fruit, washed all around by the totality of rightful cognitions, steadily renewed in its strength for the bringing forth of all kinds of select fruits ever more abundantly. Chapter 59. The Third Day of Creation. When man's cognitions therefore surround man from all sides, and are progressively lit up and warmed by the love flame which they had fed, then man correspondingly grows in strength and the capacity to act. In this state, God again comes to man, in spirit of course, and as love eternal speaks to man's love in his heart. Let the earth bring forth vegetation, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself, upon the earth. Upon such commandment from God in the heart, man gains a firm will, strength, and confidence, and goes into action. And see, his right cognitions take off like rain-laden clouds above the ordered sea, and move over the dry land, moistening and fructifying it. And the earth begins to turn green, bringing forth all kinds of grass and herbs with seed, and all kinds of fruit trees and bushes and seeds yielding fruit. That is, that which the right intellect, translucent with heavenly wisdom, now regards as fully good and true, then also desired at once by the love in man's heart. Because just as the seed laid in the earth soon sprouts, bringing forth manifold fruit, just so is the effect of the right cognitions, if laid in the life-giving soil of the heart. The seed, however, acts in the manner of awakening the love force dormant in the soil, and this then gathers increasingly around the seed grain, effecting the unfolding of the latter to growth, yielding fruit. In short, the right cognition moves to action only in the heart, and from the action all kinds of works emerge. And it is of this that, out of deep wisdom, Moses speaks in Genesis, and that as already rendered verbatim from chapter 1, verses 11 and 12. Man's former evening, raised to proper cognition through the light, thus leads to action, which must be followed by works. And this is the third day in the heart's development, and that of the whole man in man, who is the spiritual man around whom everything revolves, on whose account Moses and all the prophets of God came to this world, just as I myself now. I think that this subject is now clear enough for you. Says one of the Pharisees, "Exalted and wisest friend and master, I, for my part, underwrite every one of your words, addressed to all of us, since they are totally true and must be so. But move to Jerusalem and explain Genesis to the temple in this way, and you shall be stoned together with all your following, unless you defend yourself with your evidently divine power. But should you encounter the temple servants with this might, then they are judged at once, and it may differ very little from annihilating them with lightning and fire from heaven in the first place. As said, it would in any case be a most daring task, in spite of such truly all-wise and penetrating explanation of the first 3 days of creation, as described in Genesis, being quite straightforward and without a word of self-contradiction. But now comes the 4th day, on which, according to the text, God evidently created sun, moon, and stars. How can you explain this differently? To all intents and purposes, sun, moon, and stars are with us, and no man knows a beginning to these large and small lights on the firmament other than what one reads in Genesis. Now the question is, where is the key to the correspondence by which this 4th day relates exclusively to man? I said, "My friend, have you not often heard and experienced it yourself, that there are far-sighted and short-sighted as well as half and totally blind people, and those blind as bats in the eye of the flesh? The far-sighted see well at a distance, but badly at close range. The short-sighted, on the other hand, see well in the vicinity, but badly at a distance. With the half-blind, it is half-night and half-day. That is, they indeed see objects quite well with one eye, but because the other is blind, it is self-evident that such seers can only see everything at half-light. The fully blind no longer see any object, neither during the day nor at night, although there is a feeble glimmer during the day, so that they can tell day from night. Those blind as bats do not have a glimmer and can no longer distinguish day from night. See, just as men are so diversely constituted in their flesh vision, just so, but much more markedly diverse, are they constituted in their spiritual sight. And even you yourself have a strong visual defect, and much more strongly in your soul sight than in the eye of the flesh. Verily, I say unto you, the short-sightedness of your soul is extraordinary. Chapter 60. The 4th day of creation. Which way do you read Genesis? Is it not written thus? And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 4th day. See, this is what it says about the creation of the 4th day, which according to Genesis causes the 4th day. If you illumine this matter a little with even your intellectual power, then the crassest nonsense must strike your eyes at first glance if you take the wording as its meaning. According to Genesis, God created the light already on the 1st day, and out of the evening and morning became the 1st day. Tell me, what kind of light was this that adequately affected day and night for 3 days? On the 4th day, God again said, "Let there be lights in heaven." The question is, what kind of lights that should divide day and night? Did not the light created on the 1st day affect this for 3 days? Why on the 4th day more lights for the same effect? On top of that, there is talk of only lights, but not the slightest mention of a moon and sun. These lights furthermore also affect signs. What signs? Finally, seasons. Which ones? And days and years. What days and years? Is night nothing? Does not night count the same as day? And on top of that, the earth is spherical and always has day on one side and night on the other. According to the revolving of the earth from evening to morning, west to east, around its own axis, there will always be day where the lands find themselves in the sun, or more precisely, where the steady turning of the earth pushes the earth under the sun, as it were. If therefore indisputably the natural day of the earth is brought about by its peculiar movement, where the sun does nothing other than shine at one point, affecting day through its light wherever its light penetrates, and therefore cannot and does not want to rule the day thereby. The question is, how should Moses have meant sun and moon by his lights? And had he meant the natural sun and the natural moon, then, for greater clarification of his revelation to mankind, he would have named these 2 lights, since all men in Moses' time already were able to name these 2 spheres. Besides this, Moses speaks of a firmament in heaven, which in the natural outer space exists nowhere in actuality. In that sun, moon, and all stars, as well as this earth, float freely in the ether, restricted nowhere, maintained in their purposeful position through the law laid within them, having free movement without attachment to any heavenly firmament. Because there is only one firmament in infinite and free space, and this is the will of God, through which the former is filled with an unchangeable law throughout. If that which to your eyes appears as an immensely spread out blue vault, with the sun, moon, and stars somehow fastened to same, how could they move, and in the case of the familiar planets, continually change their positions? The other stars, which you call fixed, appear of course as if attached to some kind of firmament, but this is not so. They only are removed so far from the earth, and their tracks so extended, that often they hardly cover these in several hundreds of thousands years. And for this reason, their movements are not perceived throughout even 100 human lifetimes. And that is the reason they appear to you as all but fixed. But in reality, it is otherwise, and there is to be found no so-called firmament throughout infinite space. The firmament which Moses means is the firm will within the divine order, gone forth from the right understanding and love, which is the blessed soil of life. Since such will can, however, only go forth from the fertile fullness of the true divine love in man's heart, just as this goes forth from the heavenly light which God had poured out in man when dividing the latter's inner darkness into evening and morning, just so the heaven within man is this right love and the right insight and the right intellect, which manifest as a living faith. And the firm will within the divine order is the firmament of heaven in man. And into such firmament, if this is in accordance with the love will of God and the right order, God puts now lights out of the heaven of heavens, which is the right Father love in God's heart. And the lights then light up the will, raising it to the insight of the angels of the heaven of heavens, and therewith raise the created man to the uncreated one, who had transformed himself as a child of God through his own free will within the divine order. Chapter 61. Continuation of the fourth day of creation. For as long as man is a creature, he is temporal, transitory, and cannot endure. Because every man in his natural state is merely a suitable vessel within which a man proper can develop through God's constant participation. Once the outer vessel has reached the right degree of development, to which end God has provided same with all essential parts and properties overabundantly, he then awakens, or rather develops, his uncreated, eternal spirit within man's heart. And this spirit in its effect is what Moses understands and wishes to be understood by the two great lights which God put in the firmament. The way it also was understood, and never otherwise, by all patriarchs and prophets. This eternal, uncreated, eternally live light in the heavenly firmament of man, only then is the really true ruler of the actual day within man, teaching the former vessel to fully transform itself into its uncreated divine being, and to therefore make the entire man into a true child of God. Every created man, however, has a living soul, which indeed also is a spirit, with the necessary capacity to know the good and the true, and the evil and the false, acquiring the good and true and banishing the evil and false from itself. Nevertheless, it is not an uncreated, but a created spirit, and as such can never by itself gain the childhood of God. If, however, it has in all humility and modesty of heart, and from the free will implanted by God, accepted the good and true in accordance with the law given it, then such humble, modest, and obedient will has, to put it bluntly, become a heavenly firmament, because it has developed itself in accordance with the celestial placed within it, becoming then fully capable of assuming the uncreated divine nature. The purely divine or uncreated Spirit of God, now placed permanently into such celestial firmament, is the great light. Man's soul, however, which is transformed to an almost equally great light through the great light, is the smaller and lesser light, which, however, like the uncreated great light, is placed in the same celestial firmament and transformed to a co-uncreated light, without losing any of its natural nature, but instead gaining endlessly in a fully purified spiritual sense. Because by itself man's soul could never see God in his purest divine nature. And the purest, uncreated Spirit of God, conversely, could not see the natural, because for him nothing material natural exists. But through the above-mentioned complete conjunction of the purest Spirit with the soul, the latter can now see God in his arch-spiritual purest being through the new spirit that he received, and the spirit can then see the natural through the soul. This Moses is saying, that a great light is to rule the day and the lesser light the night, to determine the signs. That is, to determine out of all wisdom the basis for every appearance and all created things, therefore also determine the times, days, and years, which is to say, to recognize God's wisdom, love, and grace in all phenomena. The stars which Moses also mentions are the countless useful cognitions, every individual thing, which latter of course all flow from the main cognition, and are therefore placed in the same heavenly firmament as the two main lights. And see, this at last is the fourth day of creation of which Moses speaks in Genesis, which nevertheless, as with the former three, has gone forth from the same evening and morning in man. Chapter 62. The fifth and sixth day of creation. So that you would not in this connection ask me further as to what to make of the fifth and sixth day of creation, I tell you briefly that the ensuing creation of the animal world in aggregate, and lastly man himself, signify nothing other than the coming alive in full and realization of all that man harbours in his natural part. His sea and all his waters come alive, and man becomes aware of, and glimpses within his now pure divine, uncreated light, the countless and manifold fullness of the creative ideas and forms, and in this way becomes cognizant of his purely divine origin. And through the telling of the creation of the first human pair, is signified the perfected humanization or inheritance of the complete childhood of God. Of course, you are now secretly asking within your heart, yes, indeed, all this is quite good, wise, and glorious, and nobody can doubt in the least the fullness of the truth. How then did this earth, which surely could not have been present like this from all eternity, arise? How was it overgrown with grasses, herbs, bushes, and trees of every kind? How and when did all the animals come into being? And how did man become an inhabitant of this earth? Was it really just one human pair that was created, as in Genesis? Or were men of diverse colour, form, and character set down on this earth simultaneously? To such not altogether unreasonable question, I can only say as I said before, namely, if you are imbued with the wisdom of angels, then you shall, in a retrospective sense, be able to trace also the entire natural creation from the purely spiritual sense in which Moses speaks in Genesis, and shall discover that the natural creation in correspondingly extended periods, of course, arose almost exactly in the same order told in Genesis, with the emergence of the first human pair falling roughly into the same period, and their test and propagation ultimately, but for a few exceptions, hidden in corresponding images, following in that very order told in the unfolding Genesis text. But as said, in the absence of angelic wisdom, you shall not discover this, were you to possess the wisdom of all the wise of the earth, who also had already exchanged the most diverse views and opinions on this subject. But in this world, such knowledge is of no particular use to anyone in any case, since man rarely improves much in his heart through great knowledge, but rather worsens that much more usually. Because not seldom the erudite becomes proud and haughty, looking down from his imagined height upon his brethren with scorn, like a vulture upon sparrows and other small birds, as if these existed only for his catching and devouring of their tender flesh. Seek ye therefore the kingdom of God and its righteousness in your heart before everything else, troubling yourselves little about anything else, because all these other things, together with the wisdom of angels, can be given you overnight. I trust that you have now fully understood me. Chapter 63. The End of Jerusalem. When the Pharisee and his colleagues had received such an extended explanation of Genesis from me, they all stood in front of me as if paralyzed. And the chief Pharisee said, after he visibly made great effort to deeply think about it, "Lord, Master of all masters in all things, I and all of us now see, not without much disappointment, that you are fully right in all things, and that everything you say is the complete, pure truth. But I did not say, not without much disappointment for nothing, because this wisdom is too holy and lofty for an evil, selfish world. And you shall, in the absence of special miracles, preach to totally deaf ears. And if working miracles, you shall have blind spectators and achieve little. If man, in order to fashion himself into a true human, has to be free in his volition and action, then you can preach and work miracles as much as you like, and hardly 1 in 100 shall be converted. Because where someone is already basically too stupid and has no education in any necessary or life-conducive field, he cannot possibly grasp your teaching. If, however, he has just 1 degree more than enough, and therefore a developed intellect, be it either scripturally or scientifically, or in the arts, tying same to some worldly gain, attaching to perhaps even personal standing, then you can let Jehovah speak for you under lightning and thunder Yet such people will do what your forefathers did in the desert under Moses, where in the course of Jehovah's talk with Moses on Sinai, under thunder and lightning, receiving the holy commandments from him, they had cast a golden calf to then dance around it, worshipping it like the heathens. If I did not know what stuff the Pharisees, scribes, and the priests and Levites are made of, especially in Jerusalem, I would hardly dare to speak to you thus, but I know this folk only too well, and basically have put a good distance between me and it, not visiting it any more. If, however, you should return to Jerusalem again, then take a large portion of omnipotence with you, or you shall be stoned as a blasphemer. For anyone wishing to be more clever than even by a hair's breadth than the least temple sweeper, immediately is denounced as a heretic and blasphemer, and if not reforming, in conjunction with a sizable offering, stoning without mercy awaits him at the accursed spot outside the city wall. For Jerusalem, I say unto you, my divine friend, there is only one cure, that of Sodom and Gomorrah. Other than that, there is no salvation for this city and its inhabitants. I said, Friend, what you are telling me I have known for a long time. Yes, I say unto you, this also shall be Jerusalem's end. But prior to that, all the things prophesied over it have to first take place, so that all Scripture will be fulfilled, and its measure filled. And from now on, you shall not count 70 years, before not a stone shall be left atop another. If anyone shall then ask, Where stood the temple once? None shall be found to tell such seeker. Many prophets were murdered within the walls of this city. I know them all. Their blood cried to the highest heavens for revenge against such evil doers. But the measure with which hell was meted out to this city is not yet completely full, and it was therefore spared still. But now its measure shall shortly be full, and it shall be spared no more. But before we leave this mountain, I give you a commandment for strict observance, consisting in that none of you divulge to anyone down below any portion of what you have seen on this mountain, until I have given you authority through the Spirit. He who will not keep this my commandment shall be punished with instant dumbness, for the people down in the plain are not ripe for a long time yet, nor are you yourselves sufficiently. But discuss that which I have taught here among the likes of you as if not emanating from me, but as if grown upon your own ground. Only after your friends shall have embraced your teaching in a living way, you can eye to eye let them in on where you received such teaching, and what signs preceded it. But then do not omit to, in my name, give those instructed the same commandment, and with the same sanction as I have given you all here. But you shall, in the short time left us on this mountain, witness miraculous things yet. For I thirst for making you as strong as possible in your faith. But keep the said commandment in respect of everything you are still permitted to see and hear. Because through non-compliance with this commandment, the threatened punishment would be visited upon you for a year. Chapter 64. Judas Iscariot reports on his journey through the air. Says Judas Iscariot, Lord, this is a tough commandment. who shall be able to strictly keep it? I said, God also had made dying into an imperative and unalterable law, and does not, in spite of much human misery, retract his holy word. You may, right now, talk and argue as much as you like, yet in the end you have to die. Only in the beyond will you realize how such dying was most essential. And see, just so it is with every commandment coming from the mouth of God. Making it into your own commandment, you shall be able to keep it quite easily. But if you prescribe yourself a commandment other than the one I give you, then it shall be hard for you to keep my commandment. Because where one commandment is against the other, their abiding by the one or the other shall be difficult, or in the end impossible. Do you understand that? I say unto you, take care indeed, and see to it earnestly, that a counter-commandment does not arise in you with time, which could become death within you. Judas says, but what is this to mean again? You do indeed perpetually speak in accordance with Egyptian hieroglyphics, which hardly a wise man can still read, let alone understand. What basically is a counter-commandment? I can either abide or not abide by it, and this is up to my free will and not a counter-commandment. I reply, I say unto you, if you remain as foolish as you are now, then it is better for you to return to Bethabara, because that way you are annoying and repulsive to me. Where do laws come from? From anywhere other, perhaps, than from the will of him who has the power and authority to give and sanction laws. But does not each man have complete power to do as he will? If he wants to make the eternal laws his own, then he is sure to easily keep them. If he does not want that, then he has his own will as counter-commandment, and has in the end to put up with the sanction of the external law. Judas, although cutting a sour face when I said this to him, he nevertheless says, well, now I understand the thing, and it is good so. But when you often speak in a veiled fashion, then I get fearful and worried, and then I always have to ask until the thing is clear, especially when it concerns a commandment which it may be quite hard for some of us to keep, and for myself, which I am not afraid to admit. But see, Lord, when anyone else asks you, then you answer them most friendly at once. Yet when it is I that asks, you always get unfriendly, and I then hardly dare to ask you again, may it be ever so important to do so. See, I still cannot get over my peculiar journey through the air the day before yesterday, and that with unbelievable speed, so that one could not make out anything on the ground other than a band shooting past at immense speed. Here I want to find out from you how this was possible, because I was possibly the furthest one from here, and that far behind the far sea coast, and would have needed 4 or 5 days to walk. I had just finished preaching at a Greek village, but had unfortunately not found very sympathetic ears and hearts, in spite of healing some of their sick. I became cross and left the stupid nest. But when finding myself all alone some 1,000 paces from the village, because Brother Thomas did not want to accompany me to Greece, there came a whirlwind towards me, and before I knew it, I was high up in the air. Thereupon an indescribable gust of wind pushed me in this direction, and that with the said speed, so that, as said, I could not in this flight make out in the least anything on the earth's surface, not even the sea itself more than a flash of lightning. I did not even have time to think how I would go if a cliff should be in my path, against which I should have disintegrated into many hundreds of thousands of droplets. But how astonished I was, O Lord, to be set down so gently unto the ground before you after such draught. Therefore, I would like you to just tell me a few words on how such was possible. I said, Friend, if you know who I am, how can you ask how such is possible to me, or by what means this was carried out? Are not all things possible with God? See, the clouds. Who carries them? You heard me before, explaining to everybody the nature of the earth, the moon, the sun, and many other stars, which for your concepts are endlessly great suns. See, these large and therefore immensely heavy heavenly bodies float freely through the ether spaces, endlessly stretched out in all directions, having a speed of movement fantastic for your imagination. Then the question is, who is carrying these countless ones within an unchangeable order through the free, endless spaces? Think about it, and you shall soon see the foolishness of your question. And therefore, this question is answered for you with sufficient clarity. Thomas steps up and says, If only you could for once come up with a question worthy of the Lord. Did not all those of us who were sent out go through the same aerial journey to here? We know, however, that he wanted it that way, and therefore, although a most unusual journey over here through the air, it therewith is fully explained to us. If you more strongly believed what and who our Lord and Master is, then such question could not occur to you even in the worst and most foolish dream. Says Judas, Have you got me again? Well, let you have me, if it gives you pleasure. At least I am not upset this time, because I myself realize that I have bothered the Lord with a very foolish question, which, however, I am sure not to do again in future. Says Thomas, Then we shall also be quite good friends and brothers, and I shall not counsel you again. I said, Just be quiet now, for Christiona has prepared a meal, and we shall afford our body some necessary fortification. After the meal, it shall transpire what else there shall be to do. And so let it be and stay so. Chapter 65. Why must men be born? All move to the huts now to partake of the meal, all being in good spirits, and therefore cheerful and happy. After the meal, Christiona says to me that if I have no objection, then he would now make the rounds on his Alp before night settles in, to pay his shepherds, and take a look at the flocks, checking also how much wool the shepherds had clipped. I said, Listen, tomorrow is the day before Sabbath, which I want to spend on these mountains. But today, since our meal was an extended one, with the day lasting only another 2 hours, let us just stay happily together here and discuss a few important things. And this evening, you are yet to go through quite a few things. Says Christiona, Lord, your every heart's desire is a holy commandment to me. But now I shall come up with a question straight away, and this concerns those 3 men who 2 days ago came to us in great splendour, floating through the air rather than straddling the mountain with their feet. These 3 men have now been constantly in our company, speaking with us and eating and drinking with us, being extremely obliging and helpful, and, except for a more noble form, they look like ourselves. It seems almost as if they're going to stay with us, which would please me endlessly. I previously had embraced and kissed them, and see, they had bones and a firm and strong body throughout, so that I had to wonder greatly. My question, therefore, is to find out from you how this is possible. Earlier on, they were mere spirits, whereas now they are physical beings like us. Where does their body come from? And if these spontaneously obtained bodies, and as it turns out, much more perfect ones than ours, could not all men be set into this world in that way, instead of through laborious birth? I said, you would not, to begin with, see and physically feel these 3 angels, had I not conditioned you for this occasion in such a way that your soul, obviously united with her spirit, could see the spiritual through the body, seeing and perceiving same, as if it was on the natural plane, and therefore physical. It nevertheless is and remains completely spiritual, including nothing physical. Men and spirits, however, are distinguished from each other in that a spirit like these 3 angels had from primordial times used his freedom wisely within my order, and had thereafter not ever sinned against it. But a proportion of spirits, too vast for your understanding, had misused their free will, and therefore plunged into the threatened judgment. And from such spirits, of which this whole earth and all countless worlds, such as sun, moon, and stars consist, go forth by way of an unalterable natural law, the natural men of this earth, as well as those of all other worlds. And this along the familiar way of generation and subsequent birth, having to therefore first be reared and later instructed in humanhood, and, after shedding of the body, developed into pure and completely free spirits. Since the flesh of man is given him, and therefore to the spirit raised up from judgment, mainly to undergo a free will test, as if in a separate world, you can now easily understand that for the perfected spirits, a body of flesh would be quite superficial, as the flesh is only the means, but not and never can be the purpose, as everything is to ultimately become purely spiritual and never material again. I say unto you, this earth and this whole actually physical heaven, such as suns, moons, and worlds, shall once pass away, after all the spirits held captive within them shall through the way of the flesh have become pure spirits. But the pure spirits remain forever, and shall not and cannot ever pass away, just as I and my word cannot. Tell me whether you have now understood this. Chapter 66. The Fall of Woman and its Bad Effect on Man. Says Kiss Jonah, oh God, what depths of wisdom! Who has ever heard anything like it? Verily, such exposition only God can give. Here the wisdom of all the wise comes to the fullest nothingness of all nothingness. No, this truly is too much all at once for a poor mortal sinner in full measure like me. Through this revelation, all of Genesis suddenly becomes clear and understandable, as if by a magician's master stroke, so to say. Now I understand what it means. And God formed Adam as the first man of this earth, from the clay of the earth. Out of his eternal order, God willed it that the spirits captive within the earth, under judgment, from the more pliable clay of the earth, build a body corresponding to their spiritual form, with which they can move freely, recognizing their self and from that, God, to freely subordinate themselves to the divine order, to attain to their primordially spiritual nature, namely, to become perfectly pure spirits, therefore, like the primordial archangels. Yes, indeed. Now all becomes clear to me. And it says that woman was formed out of Adam's rib. How clear also this is. Just as the mountains, by correspondence, are the more solid and therefore more stubborn part of the earth, and therefore containing also the more stubborn spirits. Just so, the man's more stubborn part had, as it were, deposited itself in man's bones, which by correspondence relate to the earth's mountains. The more stubborn spiritual, the more sensual, proud and arrogant elements of the man were by God's wisdom and might eliminated from him and represented in a female form, similar to that of the man, which, since it originates from the man, stands in a living correspondence with him, and thereby, and through the procreative act, is capable of having a living fruit awakened within it, according to God's almighty will. And since a greater suffering has been imposed on her as the man's more stubborn spiritual part, she can perfect her spirit whereby, according to Scripture, it can happen, and also does, that finally man and woman become one. For the expression that man and woman have then one body does not mean anything else but, although the woman's nature is the more stubborn part of the man, through the comparatively harder trial, it eventually becomes equal to his gentler spiritual part, and that is what is meant by the expression that man and woman have one body. What do you, O Lord, say to this? I said, that is absolutely good and true. This is how it is, and thus the Scripture should be understood. Then it would be easy to talk to all men and act in their very best interest from the heavens. But by the second misuse of their free will, people have deeply sunk into sensuousness. This is above all the case with women, who have begun to abundantly adorn their from Satan inherited, more attractive body, and because of their selfishness, have become inflexible, proud and resentful, thereby pressuring the gentler man who, in order to be granted a woman's favour, had to quite voluntarily and submissively to dance to her tyrannical tune and in the end, even enjoyed being completely ensnared by her truly satanic cunning. As a result, he fell from all the heavens dawning within him, became ignorant, lustful, selfish, vain, and greedy for power, and thus truly of the devil, together with the woman. From time to time, the man was softly admonished by his spirit through the awakening of love for life, to read the scripture and contemplate God's great works. Many also did that by first more or less freeing themselves from the snares of woman. But this did not help much, because they no longer understood the scripture. And since they themselves has become materialistic like the woman, they promptly took the literal sense for fully valid, and thus turned the word of God into a monster, and God's temple into a den of thieves. I tell you, and all present, things have advanced to a stage when all men would be completely lost if I, the Lord Himself, had not come into the world to save you from the yoke of Satan and his eternal perdition. And I myself shall have to go to the greatest lengths in order to begin to raise only a very minor part of mankind to the proper light of the heavens. Chapter 67. Beware of a tempting woman. However, woe betide the world when the women again start to wear finery, bedeck themselves, and will sit on the thrones. Then the earth will be put through the fire. Therefore, maintain good discipline with the women, and let them above all practice proper humility. They should be clean, but never dressed up in finery and bedecked, for women's finery and jewellery is mankind's grave and ruin in everything. But just as a pure, well-mannered and humble woman is a blessing for a house, a bedecked and thereby proud woman among men, fully comparable to a snake that through its wanton glances lures the heavens' birds into its venomous and destructive jaws. Therefore, I advise, but do not wish to make this advice a command. If someone looks for a wife, let him make sure that the maiden he woos does not bedeck her body, except cleanses it with water which is needed for the body's health, and does not bear an immodest face in the street, which does not befit a woman, and does not parade her attractions, but is in every way modest, has her body well covered with a linen garment, and in winter with undyed cloths from sheep's wool. Also does not talk much nor boast, as if she possessed something. For it is most beneficial for a woman if she possesses nothing but what is absolutely necessary. Such a maiden is then also worthy of a man, and you shall woo her. But I tell you, avoid like a carrion a maiden who is rich, bedecked, wears clothes with striking colours, bears an immodest expression in the street, likes to be greeted by the rich and distinguished, but says to the poor, "Just look at the smelly beggars." Such a maiden is a true image on a small scale of enticing hell, and who woos such a one commits a gross sin against the divine order, and may reckon with it that such a woman, who on earth hardly ever changes her ways, if she dies before her husband, will, even if he was a righteous man and had loved his wife very much for her earthly attractions, draw him into hell for at least a very lengthy period. For in the same way that such a woman used on this earth tricks to catch herself the man her lewdness had chosen, she will, only 1,000 times more destructive, in the beyond come to meet her following husband with all imaginable charm and draw him into her hellish nest. And it will be most difficult for the husband to extricate himself from his wife's influence. Therefore, keep that in mind, and let the one who woos get first well acquainted with his bride, and examine all aspects, so that he does not, instead of winning an angel, become encumbered with a devil of whom it will not be easy to rid himself. I have clearly shown you the distinguishing marks. Do heed the warning, and you will succeed here and in the beyond. I do not actually give you this as a commandment, that is to bind you, but only, as already mentioned, as good advice, which will be most beneficial to you, and all vain women in particular, if heeded. For the one among you who will reprimand a vain and cunningly seductive woman to make her realize her wicked folly shall once in heaven be richly rewarded. Therefore, turn your eyes away from a tempting woman, for such a woman is secretly, without knowing it, in league with Satan, and unconsciously serves him in his seductive designs. If any one of you wishes to see Satan in his worst form, let him look at an adorned whore or a decorated woman, and he has seen Satan in his, for a man, most dangerous form. When Satan comes as a dragon and spits war, famine, and pestilence over the earth, he is least dangerous to men, for in their misery men turn to God and begin to do penance, thereby avoiding hell and its judgment. However, when Satan clothes his dragon in the light garment of an angel, he is most dangerous to the by nature sensually inclined man, just as if a ravening wolf came among the sheep in a sheepskin. If the wolf comes to the sheep as a wolf, they flee in all directions, confusing the death-bringer, so that he stops and ponders after which sheep to run, and finally has to leave without prey. If, however, he comes in a sheepskin, the sheep do not flee, but on the contrary, happily welcome the new sheep that has joined them, which is a wolf that mangles the entire flock without a single sheep fleeing from it. Look, this instruction and this advice you should, therefore, keep in your hearts as a shrine, and strictly stick to it as if I had given you a commandment. Then your marriages will have the blessing from heaven, otherwise the curse from hell. Therefore, do not be seduced by the blind and deceptive charms of the world, but be at all times clear-headed and value the world's worth correctly. Do not trade in the gold and pearls which you have now received from the heavens for the foolishness of the world. Then you will always have peace among you and see heaven open before you. But if you will allow yourselves to be captivated by the attractions of the world, it will be your own fault if heaven will keep becoming more firmly closed to you. And when in great distress you will be calling to heaven for help, you will not get it, for it is not possible for a person who loves the world and is firmly attached to it to be at the same time in a blessed contact with heaven. Every human being is created and made in such a way that he could not bear evil and good, false and true, in one and the same heart, side by side. It has to be one or the other, but never both simultaneously. He can and must, indeed, recognizes both in his mind, but in his heart there can dwell but one of them as life's foundation. Have you now understood and grasped this, my advice? Say all, yes, Lord and Master, in all divine wisdom. Chapter 68. The Holy Word, the World and Mankind. Here a Pharisee steps up closer to me and says, Lord and Master, this all is very nice, good and true, and not capable of contradiction. But if men do not gather all those materials which the earth offers them so abundantly, to process them skillfully, then the earth shall be like a desert, and there shall be no sign of any culture. Do there not have to be dwellings and schools of all kinds? Take that away, and mankind shall in the shortest time be reduced to a condition like animals. Therefore, the world cannot be set aside, so long as one is an inhabitant of matter. I said, Your schools are fit for killing all spirit in tender feelings of children already. Therefore their complete disintegration would do no harm. For verily I say unto you, if your teacher be the world, what do you want to learn from it spiritually? He who is not taught by God in his heart remains in the night of the world, and the light of life shall remain remote from him eternally. But he who is not shone upon by the true light of life emanating from God is dead. Were he to have learned from the world all the wisdom of the angels, how long shall it serve him? Therefore remain in me, and I shall remain in you, and the wisdom of the heavens shall eternally fill your hearts. Do you grasp and understand this? When the Pharisee had received such instruction out of my mouth, he spoke gravely and with a serious countenance. O great, holy, and vivid truth! How glorious, how great are you! How happy all men could be on earth if they imbued with such holy truth and adjusted their lifestyle accordingly. But, O Lord, an immense but. So long as one drop of this earth remains, or the earth is inhabited by men, there shall be among them greed, envy, meanness, arrogance, and all destructive domineering, all those things from the bottom of hell. And upon such ground this truth, undoubtedly from the heavens, shall nevertheless never take root, and will be persecuted to the last letter by the thousands times thousands of hell's disciples. Of what use then such celestial wisdom? To expect fruit fit for heaven, the greatest part of mankind has to be eradicated from the earth and a new one put on earth and brought up in this truth from the cradle on. But the way mankind is right now, it is too evil for hell, not to mention for such truths from the highest heavens. Even if you intended founding a small community, which is to endure and grow within this heavenly wisdom and truth, it nevertheless shall everywhere find itself among voracious wolves who, if not able to harm it spiritually, nevertheless shall constantly harass and intimidate it physically, and it shall never be able to maintain itself in its purity. And who but God knows what, after lengthy periods, the descendants of the pure communities shall look like. Men are and shall remain men, angels today, devils tomorrow, and therefore even the best are not to be trusted. Did not Jehovah of a truth visibly lead the children out of Egypt? They saw him day and night. In the desert where he gave them the commandments, he fed them miraculously for 40 years. There it rained wonders upon wonders. Look up history and then glance at the present life, religions and social condition, and see the erstwhile children of God, and no trace shall be found of what they once were. This is why I say, and maintain, without wishing to preempt your love and wisdom, what everlasting waste for such wisdom and deeds of yours, because they shall never be worthy of them. Fire and brimstone from heaven, yes, of that they are worthy, but not everlastingly of such grace. I speak thus, confident of no betrayer lurking here. But once we get down there again, I shall be silent as a graveyard. Tell me, O Lord and Master, am I right? Is it thus or not? I said, terrestrially, you are quite right. It is so, and shall also become so. But all this must not hold me back from proclaiming to the world the truth from the heavens. Because, if the world is to be judged, then it has to be first given that which of itself shall judge and must judge it, namely, the truth from the heavens, which now is coming through me into the world and shall remain so, even if persecuted. Your opinion is a good one, and right in respect of the evil world. But most exceptional relationships prevail between God and the men of this earth, known by none save the Father alone, and he to whom the Father reveals it. But now no more about it. Evening is upon us, and it shall be cold at this height. Therefore we shall turn in at the huts. Let it be. Chapter 69. A Gospel on Laughter. After these discussions, we moved into the big residential hut, and many, especially the women and maidens, huddled around the fire. Some of the Jews, however, who could also have done with a bit of warmth, were secretly annoyed with the women for completely obstructing the flames. And some of the disciples came over to me to tell me this, complaining and grumbling. But I chided them softly for such unseemliness. All but one calmed down. But one, a stubborn Jew of Capernaum, grumbled continually, saying, "Eh? What's the use talking? I was freezing almost unbearably already outside. Now, when I would warm up a little, the women block off the fire, and I am nearly stiff with cold. Down below, not even in winter is it as cold as it had to get tonight, at this height. And I am over 70 and of a cold disposition. I do not want to be churlish. Tell the women, therefore, to make room for me at the fire." Say I to the old man, "Do you not know that I could warm you also without fire, if you had faith?" Said the old one, "Yes, Lord, I believe, for I have seen many of your miracles, and therefore I believe that everything you say or will happens." I said, "Then stand with the 3 men who came to us from on high 2 days ago, and you shall get warm at once." And the old man did so, and he immediately became so hot that he could hardly bear the heat, thanking me profusely for such favour. But because he was now too hot, he would like to cool down a little. But I said, "Do as you like, for I did not tie you up with the 3 men. Go outside, there you shall cool down quickly." And the old man went outside, but soon rushed back into the hut with a great cry of terror. "Save yourselves, everyone for himself! The entire mountain is ablaze, and the flames are drawing ever closer to this hut. For Jehovah's sake, we are all going to die." While the old man is thus lamenting, Kisjona, who had been outside for some time, enters and says to me, "Lord, you will forgive me that I have prepared a little celebration according to the custom of the Alpine shepherds, since you told us this would be the last evening you are spending on this mountain. My shepherds have gathered brushwood in the forest, and now they have lighted the faggots in your honour, and are singing happy songs and psalms. Would you not like to have a look outside?" I said, "Oh, with pleasure, for I love you very much." And I rose to my feet and went outside. All the disciples followed me. But the woman laughed at the old Jew for earlier having seen the entire mountain ablaze and making such a fuss as if the whole world was perishing. The old man felt a bit ashamed, and now bore the laughter of the woman quite patiently. But I reprimanded the merry women and warned them. Thereupon the women, the 5 daughters of Kisjona, were not among them, for they were engaged in preparing the evening meal in the large host's hut, asked forgiveness of me and the old man, and said that they definitely had not meant it badly. The old man immediately forgave them from all his heart. But the 3 angels turned to the woman and said, "Listen to us, you women. This old man is a descendant of Tobias, who was blind, and to whom we restored his sight with the gallbladder of a fish. All descendants of this old Tobias, who was a gravedigger, have in their old age, for some mysterious reason, known only to God, and to us through him, weak eyes. We tell you that it is a gross offence, based on a frivolous heart, if someone ridicules a blind person, instead of extending his hand and guiding him over footbridges and rough roads. If you had not known that the old man, who is also called Tobias, is more than half blind, and you still laughed, you have sinned and deserve severe punishment. However, as he has forgiven you following your apology, also we shall forgive you. But woe betide you if you should ever laugh at a disabled person. Then his complaint shall become yours. Anyway, men should not laugh at all, or only very seldom, for laughing is brought about through the awakening of gloating spirits dwelling in the human body. A friendly pulling of the facial muscles from which an expression of a special goodwill can be recognized is heavenly, whereas all other laughing usually stems from hell. For the devils always laugh when they have succeeded in one of their evil designs. In the heavens, however, no one ever laughs, but one is at all times filled with the most heartfelt and friendliest goodwill towards all ever so miserable creatures, and compassion with every suffering brother who still has to go through his time on earth. Heed this for all future times. Once men will be starting to laugh at their brothers' weaknesses, faith will be vanishing like the sun after setting, and love in men's hearts will be cooling off as this night has cooled down, and there will be misery among mankind, the like of which has never before existed on earth. Do heed this warning from the heavens. Punish your children when they laugh. Hear them rather cry than laugh, for the laughing originates from hell, which always abounds with derision. There are situations where, however, only men are allowed to laugh at some silly matter, an obstinate foolishness. But then the laughing is a well-deserved punishment for the one who deserves to be ridiculed. But if someone laughs only for fun, and seeks things, events, and ridiculous talk to be provoked to laughter, he is a fool. For only the heart of a fool can be provoked to laughter. Every reasonably wise person can easily and soon understand life's sacred earnestness, and he will not easily laugh about something. Therefore, do not laugh any more in future, and turn your face away from clowns and comedians who let themselves be paid for preparing you for hell. Be always of a calm heart, so that you may merit God's goodwill, and thereby true honour. These words made a great impression upon the women, and they vowed never in their whole life to laugh again. Chapter 70. The Healing of the Half-Blind Tobias. The old man, however, had heard what the three angels had spoken to the women. So he went over and said, "I hear that you mentioned my forefather's name, and showing that my name is not unknown to you. Through God's grace and power, which is in you, you gave life and light to the old Tobias's eye. See, you dear and eternal friends of God, I am at the point of going totally blind. Sight of the one eye is gone completely, The other one's light is diminishing considerably. How would it be if you gave me the full light of my eyes? This surely would be easy for you. Have mercy on me. Say the angels, do you not see the one who is watching the blazing flames with Kistrona and hearing the shepherds' songs and psalms? Not we, but he it is who gave old Tobias back the light of his eyes. Go to him. He is the Lord, and can do as he likes. He alone can give you back the light of your eyes. We of ourselves can do as little as you of your own self. We only are his servants, and wait for his hints. Upon these words of the three angels, the old man betakes himself over to me, and asks me for the light of his eyes. I said, were you not for a long time a staunch Pharisee, and one singing the praises of the temple at Jerusalem, taking me for an Essene, a magician, and such like? How did you come by your faith now? Says the old one, Lord, I too was present at Capernaum, when you awakened the chief priest Jairus' daughter to life. Faith already came to me then, but I needed to see and hear more to strengthen my faith. And I have seen and heard, and now believe that you, O Lord, can do anything you will. If only you, O Lord, want to heal me, then you can do it in all fullness. After that, I said to the old man, it is somewhat absurd for night time. I say unto you, however, that, spiritually, it is now night, and they all are fully blind. And men shall no longer become seeing during the day, but at night. And then for many, the evening and morning will lastingly become their first day. And so let you be made seeing at night. With these words, the old one became seeing, admiring the separate fires which previously he had seen blurred and therefore as if one fire. As he became aware of such seeing light in his eyes, he fell down upon his knees before me, not able to praise me highly enough, being overjoyed beyond measure. But I said to him, you too have heard my commandment. Therefore, keep silent on everything you have seen and heard here. Otherwise, you shall meet with what I warned everyone. Thereupon the old man rose, promising to be silent as a graveyard. And so everything was good and accomplished for these heights. And when the fires had burned themselves out, Kisjona's daughters came and invited me and all those present to the evening meal. And we all went, consuming a good meal, and then going to take our rest. Chapter 71. Reba invents a story about the Nazarene. The Pharisees, however, those of the better disposition, who had also become believers now, some more and others less, about 30 in all, went to a separate hut to there discuss almost through the night what they should do now. There was one among them by the name of Lorber, with the reputation of a smart one. This one, after nothing conclusive had been reached, took the floor, saying, "Brethren, you have now traded words for at least 2 hours, yet have not come nearer to a conclusion by a hair's breadth. You have gotten to know me. I have hit the nail on the head in similar scrapes in the past, and I presume that my blow shall not miss its mark this time either. After my critical examination and listening and watching of everything that was said and done over here. And so, lend me an ear." It is by no means to be denied that this man, a carpenter's son from Nazareth, accomplishes things and works which should hardly be possible to anyone but God. In short, anyone who is somewhat weak and lacking insight would let himself be easily talked around into believing that this Nazarene is at least a semi-god after the Greek fashion. I myself came close to being persuaded of this, because the appearance on the heights of these mountains were in all earnest of such an extraordinary nature that they could hardly have been exceeded in Moses' and Elijah's time. Yet, certain things nevertheless did not escape my secret perception, which took the wool off my eyes, making me know exactly where I stand. Did you not notice the 3 men who came to us as angels on the heights? They all affirm it. Yet do you know who and where they come from? They all said no. I am going to open your eyes. Hear and see. It will not be unknown to you that the Nazarene carpenter named Joseph, who has always been in the repute of an initiate into Egyptian and Persian magic, at the same time is a direct descendant of David, at times designating himself with the title Son of David. Joseph's father, whose name was Eli, also a carpenter of unblemished repute, secretly aspired to elevate his tribe to the Judean as well as the entire Promised Land's throne. Under the pretext of training his son in the building trade, he let him, in good company, travel to Persia and perhaps even to India, but not on account of the building trade, but intensive magic, so that Joseph, grounded in such knowledge and craft, could dazzle all mankind as being sent by God to sit upon the throne of at once the Jews and Romans, because it would then be easier to deal with the idolatrous Romans than the Jews. Joseph would, besides his secret craft, of course have to be strict Jew outwardly, and without blemish before the law, so that not even the high priests could fault him. Returning from several years of journeying, Joseph, in possession of the art indeed, nevertheless did not possess the means and opportunity to put it into practice. He also, as told me by elderly people, lacked the courage, but mainly the speaking capacity, because he was weak and monotonous on that score. Eli realized that he had miscalculated and got his son, who had no capacity to reign, to carry on his own familiar trade. When dying, Eli indeed blessed his son, but telling him quite wisely to drop the agreed plans, because nothing further transpires there. And therefore Joseph did not venture into anything with the children of his first wife either. But when, after the death of his first wife, he, by good fortune and probably his magic from Persia, came into the guardianship of the beautiful Mary from the temple, who also was a descendant of David, the regency plans began to reawaken in Joseph. He got Mary, a girl of barely 14 at the time, pregnant, becoming his wife only later, which of course caused him great problems in Jerusalem, but from which he extricated himself through money and magic, at the same time taking Mary for his wife on the advice of a close friend. Although the surviving and well-to-do parents of Mary in Jerusalem, a certain Joachim and Anna, are supposed to not have been very pleased with such marriage. Joseph, having a powerful friend in the temple, the old Simeon and especially Zacharias, the thing nevertheless came off without objection, and Mary became Joseph's rightful wife, wherewith her parents also had to be agreeable. Encouraged greatly by Mary, whom he loved exceedingly, he now did everything in respect of the unborn child, if male, which as a man of experience in such things, Joseph could predict with much certainty, towards the said plan, whereto the not inconsiderable means of his in-laws may now have contributed. Some weeks before delivery, he sent messengers to Persia and asked the 3 wise men over, whose acquaintances he had made in his youth. These also came to Nazareth, and since at that very time Emperor Augustus had ordered a census in Bethlehem for all of Judea, Joseph and Mary, together with Joseph's children, found themselves on the way to Bethlehem for that purpose. The 3 wise men, together with their great and dazzling followers of servants, on arrival in Nazareth did not know which way to turn, travelling up to Jerusalem and unfortunately inquiring of the old Herod about the newborn king of Israel, pouring oil upon the fire. Herod, of course, could give them no advice other than that, firstly, this was something entirely strange to him, and secondly, that, if there was anything to it, this family, like thousands of others, nevertheless was bound to find themselves at Bethlehem for the census called by the emperor. Therewith, the 3 wise men hastened to Bethlehem, where they found what they were seeking. That there would have been no shortage of magical appearances for even the Romans to be talked around can be gauged from the fact that the old Herod would not have otherwise ordered the infanticide. These magicians also loaned, if not actually gave, the child such treasures as would help educate it, which it was to then send back to Persia after assuming the regency. For that reason, those 3 magicians never let the child out of their sight, looking after its perfection in magical training to this hour, and now appearing again as the purported 3 angels from the heavens, helping Jesus to carry out his magic works, together with all kinds of wise sermons and miraculous works, to bedazzle the people who are blind and know nothing of all that goes on in secret. But they are unable to pull the wool over the eyes of those of us who are conversant with all those kinds of mysteries, and is therefore our sacred responsibility to observe this person in all ways and alleys, and put a stop to him if he overdoes it. The worst would be for him to get the Romans on his side, for that would be the end of all our efforts. Therefore, we should try to most methodically proceed to prevent this, or he will grow sky high over our heads in all earnest. Once he has made it, we shall not be able to pull him down. What do you say to that? The others say, "You could be right, but if in the end things are otherwise, which could easily be the case, what then with us?" Lorber replies, "The question in this particular case is not applicable at all. Is he more, and can he be more than a man? Who among us is like the heathens, who do not know what and who God is, taking certain distinguished men and even certain animals for gods to worship and honour them? Is this Nazarene anything more than exceedingly distinguished man, a genius, unsurpassable in his ways and means? If he tried to remain what he is, exercising his craft for man's benefit, and also teach them a few things in those fields where men are blind and without insight, then he would be of indispensable worth, and the land which could count him as citizen should be envied. But the way things are, David's throne, crown, and sceptre are itching him, and this makes him contemptible to all orthodox and pure Jews, who have the spirit to regard and grasp all human appearances within the right light and understanding, and not have the wool pulled over their eyes as easily as half-heathen tax collectors and sinners. Of what use to mankind in any case the many dazzling teachings, dividing it into diverse sects, which then only hate each other on account of their disparate beliefs, more than the voracious beasts of the forest? Those of the old faith hate the unbelievers, and the latter those of the old faith, and thus such religion achieves the opposite always of what it preaches. Instead of friendship, love, and peace, it often creates irreconcilable enmity, hate, and the most furious wars. And these have always been the fruits of all religious revivals upon earth. But if the fruits after such happenings, as experience always teaches, are the same ones, then it becomes the imperative responsibility of us enlightened ones and leaders of the peoples to, in time, cut the path of such revivalists, along which thousands are threatened with downfall and ruin. Is it not better that such domineering magicians should be dispatched from the world, rather than thousands having to be led astray by such eccentrics and be bumped off and destroyed? Chapter 72. The Curse of a Pharisee. Says another, "You are not altogether wrong if we look at the matter from a purely worldly viewpoint. But if there is yet another life for man's soul after death, which I have never doubted yet, then all these worldly considerations and relationships are altogether worthless. And then this Jesus is a sun for the night of man's spirit, showing us the right way along which we can, already in our bodies, catch a glimpse of the great beyond, taking from the Father's house the glorious fare for eternal life. And such he teaches, wanting to show blind men how, without further assistance, the air can offer and has to yield bread and wine. Therefore food proper, as we saw upon the heights a couple of days ago, and of which we ate and drank. That the old night always has to do battle with the coming day, not only human history, but the entire nature of things, teaches us as occurring before our eyes and unfolding. Yet this is God's order, permission, and will, against which no worldly power ever has prevailed. What do you intend doing if this Jesus, surely suffused utterly with God's power, were to seize you with his thoughts and utterly destroy you? What opposition could you offer him? Now listen. A man who is instantly obeyed by wind and sea, and all evil or good spirits. A man who calls the dead back to life, healing through mere will every ever so old and stubborn illness, without medicine, surely could be somewhat more than a mere genius in magic. Have not you and I often watched and observed the magicians? How these are surrounded with all kinds of magic symbols, magic formulas, amulets, and magic wands, and always make the greatest fuss out of every trivia they produce. This Jesus, however, has neither amulet nor anything pertaining to conjuring, nor any magic ointments, nor herbs or roots, and is not at all secretive or mysterious, or a show-off, but a completely plain, good-natured, and courteous civil philanthropist, and in himself a man in the ultimately perfect sense. He is not downhearted, and always good-tempered, and his words flow like milk and honey, and yet, with all his simplicity, everything happens in the most miraculous way. I am more than convinced that he could create a new earth just through his will. I have known him almost from birth. I can tell you that as a little boy, he was already performing all the things that he performs before us now, as a man. If, however, a man accomplishes deeds which are possible only to God, what should hold me back from taking such a person to be God? I've been a Galilean from birth, and am over 70 years, and my eyesight has been very feeble for 30 years, having been fully blind already in one eye, and of a completely blurred vision in the other. How many doctors from all parts of the world, who nearly all regarded themselves as supernatural in their vocation, who tamed snakes and wild beasts, who decapitated birds and then miraculously fused the heads back. Have I not consulted and strictly followed by prescription for my dear money, but to no avail? 2 hours ago, just after supper, he helped me through one word, in such a way that I now see probably more perfectly with both eyes than any of you. Look up Scripture and see whether the earth ever was trodden by a human being with such miraculous power. Moses indeed accomplished a lot through God's power, loaned him on account of his mighty faith, like the great promise made to Abraham. But how small Moses' deeds compared to those which this Jesus performs before our eyes. And yet, you are actually consulting on how to get him out of the way. Ah, this is shameful of you, and you deserve everlasting punishment by God's sharpest scourge. Truly, in this Jesus seems the most complete fulfillment what the great prophet Isaiah prophesied of the most exalted servant of God when he spoke, "See my servant, whom I have chosen, mine elect, in whom my soul delights. I will put my spirit upon him, and he shall proclaim judgment unto the heathens. He shall not cry nor quarrel, nor cause his cry to be heard in the street. A bruised reed shall he not break, and the smoking flax he shall not extinguish, until he accomplish judgment for victory, and the heathens hope upon his name." Isaiah chapter 42, verse 1. If he were after crown and sceptre by heaven, he would be mighty to excess for that. Because if he can carry his disciples together through the air from all parts of the world in a moment through his invisible servants, what we saw with our own eyes, then he could carry together all rulers of the world and quite simply tell them, "I am the Lord, and you all have ceased ruling everlastingly. If you want to be my servants, you may remain with me, but if you do not, then depart from me and be undone." But he, who is almighty in the truest sense of the word, threatened us even against divulging in the plain even a syllable of what took place here. He does not therefore seek honour from men in any way, but exclusively man's spiritual refinement and perfection. The kingdom he wants to establish among men is a spiritual one, to lead back to the lost paradise those who no longer know where they come from. And for this, we should want to, if it were possible, remove him from this evil world? Never. The curse be upon him who makes way for such thought in his heart. The earth never has carried a greater philanthropist, nor anyone more selfless than he, and you are going to lay hands on him. Ask yourselves of whose spiritual children you are, and Satan, resident in your breast, shall tell you and reply, "I am your father." What is your Messiah to look like? Perhaps like yourselves? Or is he to make an appearance as a thousandfold Samson, and with Samson's weapons kill millions of men with one blow, so as to not seat himself, but you upon the seat of power, afterwards letting himself be slavishly ruled by you, and playing for you the donkey of burden, the camel, the guard dog, a lion fighting your enemies in the desert, a falcon espying from on high the approach of your enemy, so that you can consume the earth's booty in peace? Fornicating with the most tender and beautiful maidens of the earth. This would be the right Messiah for you. You're going to be lords and the Messiah your servant. You would have the Messiah only in this way. But that you should have to say Lord to the Messiah does not agree with you, which is why you would have him out of the way. Look into your hearts and ask them whether this is not exactly so, and your hearts shall say, Yes. But if I have been wrong, then tell me what your Messiah is to look like and what qualities he needs to have. Shame on us who call ourselves children of the highest. Yet the heathens, tax collectors, and sinners have a start on us in everything. The Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, Persians, Assyrians, and nearly all heathens known to us, out of gratitude towards their idols, idolized the great wise men, because they assumed that such were given them by their gods as grace, and they accorded them divine worship, building them temples, hallowing the localities of their residences. There are very few precedents of atrocities on their part against such men. We Jews, however, who call ourselves God's people, have stoned a large number of the prophets sent us by God, and have uttered curses over them, yet still dare to call ourselves God's children. Elijah, one of the greatest and mightiest prophets, had to flee nearly to the end of the world to save himself from the rage of God's children and their neighbours. We are the ones who stoned God's messengers, and now also want to dispatch this good Jesus from the world, if it were possible. If, however, this were to become possible, for God allows evil mankind the most wicked deeds, so that their measure for hell be filled, then I prophesy an everlasting curse over all Jews, that they should never again have a homeland on earth, and their name, before which even the heathens have bowed down, shall be an abomination to men. As truly as God lives, this shall take place, and such our heinous deed shall find a never-ending retribution in hell. Chapter 73. The Pharisees want to stone Tobias. Some accepted what this old man, whose name, as pointed out, was Tobias, said. But the greater number were so enraged that they wanted to tear up his clothing and stone the old Tobias and all who supported him. But the old Tobias said, "Oh, by all means proceed against us, who have become a thorn in your eyes. The 3 angels still here will give you out a praiseworthy reward in hell, and the devils will finish the tear in your coats." As Tobias had finished his vigorous words to his furious colleagues, with the latter starting to look for stones, the 3 angels entered the hut, their faces shining like the sun. On seeing this, the stubborn ones were gripped by fear. They fell upon their faces, asking the 3 for forgiveness, wailing. But these said, "If you will be adversaries of them who are driven and drawn by God's Spirit, who then are your friends? We tell you to your faces, it is the devil's. Therefore, let you be converted, or you are going to taste the might of the highest." Those shaking with mortal fear scream, "What must we do?" Say the 3, "Humble yourselves and believe on the one true Son of God, whose soul is one with the Father, because the Father is in, and not without him. With these words, the three angels vanish, and the Pharisees start to get up, desisting from their exceedingly vociferous plans. Tobias now asks them, "Now then, what's up? What will you do? Where are your cursed stones? Why did you not lay hands on the three, seeing you took them earlier for the three disguised magicians from Persia?" Say those hit hard. You know of a truth that we have to abide by Moses' laws, to which we have sworn by heaven and temple. But if this Jesus now teaches the opposite everywhere, how should we be able to exchange our oath with this anti-Mosaic teaching just like that? But we will ponder and see what can be done. At this stage we are saying neither yes nor no, because it is written that no prophet shall ever arise from Galilee. Thus the thing, wondrous though it may be in its uniqueness, nevertheless always shall be associated with many a disturbing feature. Says Tobias, "That indeed is true, that no prophet is supposed to arise from Galilee. But I ask, is it also written that the Messiah shall not arise in Galilee? I'm not aware of anything being written about that, or of any special locality being indicated for the Messiah's appearance. If, according to Scripture, there is to be no prophet from Galilee, it can nevertheless be the case with the Messiah, for there surely is bound to be an unlimited difference between a prophet and the Messiah." Say the affected ones, "There you are right. That is why we want to think about it." Says another Pharisee at the back, who had quietly listened to the lengthy proceedings without once contributing his view, "Friends and brethren, to get to the bottom of this most miraculous thing requires a sober and wakeful state. We, however, all are more or less drunk since supper, and full of sleep as well. How can we arrive at a credible judgment upon a matter that is so miraculous and also so important and serious? Therefore, my view is that we now rest a little and continue our proceedings somewhat more wisely tomorrow. Because if I am not mistaken, it is dawning already, and the morning shall not be long in coming. Therefore, we should anticipate the Sabbath in a somewhat appropriate manner, and not with arguments and debates. The big crowd of Jesus' followers appears to be on the rise already. We want to, or ought to, observe them. But how so when full of sleep? When they may leave even before we awaken, if we should now take a little nap? Interrupts another. That is easy. We'll set up a watch. Says the former speaker, "Who? You perhaps, or someone who is just as full of sleep as you and I, and will fall asleep like us?" Says a third, "Sleeping will not do, as the others are getting ready for departure. Therefore we shall have no alternative but follow their example, because the way down to the plain is drawn out, and we shall not be in the village for some time after rise." Says a fourth, "Ah, the Master Jesus also is before the hut, making a preparation for departure. We shall therefore have no option but to quickly break forth." Says the first, "Ah, here we have it. Just as I thought. Now we have it. This will be a nice trip, without sleep and quite drunk from last night's supper." Say a number of them. Well, there just is no alternative. They, having rested, are not likely to wait for us. Therefore, away. We shall catch up with our sleep in the village. All rise and quickly move outside. With the Pharisees all being ready for departure, but with myself not actually starting off at once. All but a few get a little indignant, asking me whether I was not pulling out yet. But I tell them, I am Lord, doing as I please, and none are to ask me why thus. But if someone is not pleased with how I will have it for myself and mine, he can do as he will. For I bind no one. If anyone wants to go, let him. But if he will wait, then let him wait patiently. I shall not be breaking forth before sunrise, and shall first partake of a morning meal, for the road is long and tiring. Say the Pharisees, in that case, can we take a short rest? I said, most certainly, for the earth does not need the light of your eyes for sunrise, but of a truth the light of my eyes, so that there be light in the depths. Say the Pharisees, let him who can or will understand this. We cannot understand that. Says the old Tobias, I understand it indeed, and therefore remain in the open. Perhaps a brightness shall enter upon my depth as well. Say the others, you old codger, do as you like, but we shall return to the hut to get some sleep. With these words, all quickly return to the hut, throwing themselves on their bunks. Tobias, however, comes over to me with reverence, to tell me everything that took place during the night. But I comfort him, saying, I know it all, for if I did not, how could I have sent you help at the right time? Leave it at that, because whoever rises up against me before my time shall have to kick hard against the pricks. Therefore do not fear, for from now on no more disgusting things shall get to you. But let us now go a bit further up, there on that hill towards the east. From there we shall be able to see a most glorious sunrise. And that kind of thing fortifies the soul, as well as the bodily limbs, cheering up heart and kidney. With these words, all betake themselves with me up the alpine slope, eagerly awaiting the rise of the sun, which was not long in coming. Chapter 74. Conduct for Judges and Lawgivers. When after about an hour it, the sun, came up with indescribable majesty and splendour, all were uplifted and moved to tears, singing psalms to the glory of Him who created all this so wondrously and gloriously. Said the old Tobias, after such solemn morning hour, O Lord, this is a different temple to that in Jerusalem, which latter always is full of filth and obscenity. How often in my life have I sung psalm after psalm, yet my heart was as dry as 10-year-old straw and cold as ice. And how warmly it now beats towards my Creator. How often was I in the temple, yet always glad to leave its stinking holes. Yet here I feel like spending eternity, and from the deepest love warmth praise the great God who created all the countless glorious things. You, beloved Master, how can I thank you for such previously never felt supremely holy elixir of life? I said, he who ventures forth into the creation, feeling and perceiving what he owes his Creator as warmly as you do, already has shown me the best and most pleasing gratitude. Stay with such feelings and perceptions, and do not close off your heart towards your poorer brethren, even if they had once been your enemy, and you shall once merit a great grace from the heavens. When seeing all kinds of sinners, neither judge nor condemn them, for understand me well, it mostly is not them who sin, but the spirit that drives them. You yourself are not able to say what spirit drives them. There are many who in their piousness can become haughty, wanting to then look down from their imagined virtue heights upon sinners with contempt and revulsion, wherewith they then unconsciously turn into greater sinners than those whom they despise. There then comes a spirit who drives such people towards some sin, and the proud virtue hero discovers on himself that he is not a god for a long time yet, but just a very ordinary, weak human. Such person then becomes humble again, and repents, something for which previously he, as a virtue hero, deemed himself too exalted. And therefore no one should hate a sinner for being a sinner. But all have done enough to just hate sin and detest it indeed. Only a hardened criminal who had become one with his sin you should not help. But when, as a result, he sinks into just extremity for his betterment, then you should think of him. And if he pleads with you, then do not stop off your ear. And if you see a criminal led to his execution, you should not feel joy at such his miserable fate, even if he were to have committed the crime for which he is led out to death against your own house. For see, it is not impossible for such a criminal to attain to beatitude in the other world. Each person's predominant trait should be love in all things. Justice which is not grounded in love is no justice before God. And if carried out by a judge therefore, then he is 10 times a greater sinner before God than the one he sentenced. And God shall once judge him as mercilessly as he judged his neighbour. Therefore judge and condemn no man, even if he were to have offended you ever so grievously, and you shall then not be judged and condemned, because with whatever measure you mete out, with the same you shall be rewarded in the other world. The strictly just by whatever law, but cold and loveless judge, shall find just as inexorable a judgment over himself, while henchmen and executioners shall never see God's countenance. He who has caught a thief or murderer has done his part if he hands them over to a just court. But the judge should not forget that so long as the criminal still lives in the world, he is not a complete devil yet, but a maladjusted person led astray, on whom every possible reformation attempt should be made before he can be condemned to death as an incorrigible devil. But the right procedure for the execution is that the sentence not be carried out immediately, but that such a person should be tied to the stake by the hands and feet, publicly, 5 feet above the ground, for the whole day. If he pleads with genuine remorse that he shall better himself, then he is to be taken down from the stake and placed in an appropriate, love-righteous reformation centre, yet not freed until his betterment has shown itself unquestionably. But if the criminal strung up shows no sign of betterment the whole day, then he is a complete devil, and therefore, if still alive on the stake, after sunset is to be put to death, and then burnt on the place of execution, together with the stake. Such I tell you for your future adherents, because you too were a judge, and still are, among the Pharisees, having had to look after burial places for the dead and places of execution for the criminals. Blessed are they who shall act accordingly. Their names shall shine in the eternal book of life. But now we shall move down to the huts. Our Jonah has prepared a moderate morning meal and is awaiting us with his wife and daughters. Chapter 75. The Pharisaical Sabbath. We now quickly made our way down, and Jonah hastens towards me to ask me, and the disciples, to the morning meal. At the same time, he apologized for a rather moderate meal than usual, as the supplies are exhausted, and that he had not more brought up, being aware of my moving, on this Sabbath, down from the mountain to the plain. If therefore the meal is a rather moderate one, that I would not attribute it to his lack of will, but that he was unable to change it. I assured him, saying, "Do not be troubled. All is in order, and according to my will. I want to say unto you, as a beloved brother and friend, that you have indeed outdone yourself in these last few days. As regards the uninvited guests, the legion of Pharisees, there you would by no means have committed a sin by not setting them a table. For these, having gold and silver in great quantity, could have, if they had wanted to, paid their way around here. But you have, of course, not sinned by providing for them free of charge. I shall not rebuke you if you want to write them a bill. But the old Tobias is my guest." Says Jonah, "That I also shall do. There are plenty of poor whom such payment shall benefit. But now, O Lord, be pleased to partake of the moderate meal with your disciples. The Pharisees are still asleep in the big resting hut, and I do not wish them to eat with us." I said, "Let it be. Wake and invite them to the meal. I shall be fasting till midday with all of mine. We shall then take a proper meal down in the plain." Jonah at once does as I told him, although somewhat heavy-heartedly. The Pharisees and their colleagues quickly get up from their sleeping places, rushing to the morning meal, which they consume with all haste, in spite of the Sabbath, for they fear that the sun, which had indeed been up for quite some time, may soon reach the hut, which was shielded by a great cliff, along which it was built, which would then prevent them from eating until sunset. or till the agreed Sabbath evasion ritual in the Temple of Jerusalem. Jonah notices this and says to me, "This business really is quite funny. The Sabbath with these does not begin until the sun shines upon the spot where they find themselves. As you, O Lord, have now seen a number of times, the sun does not come to this hut until midday, and therefore these hypocrites would not commence their Sabbath till noon, to honour it. It would be hard to find anywhere else on earth fellows like these." I said, "Let us leave them. There shall be multiple opportunities for rubbing their Sabbath into their noses, even before we reach the plain. This is as nothing compared to how they outflank the Sabbath when they want to, and when the Sabbath does not promise to yield much of a harvest in their synagogues. They then shut the windows and doors, so that the sun cannot cast its rays into the rooms of such hypocrites, whereupon there then is no Sabbath in the house. Neither does a dull day serve for a full Sabbath, unless they light their 7-branched candlestick in their synagogues, for the occasion of a substantial offering, of course, for which reason a dull Sabbath always is preferable to them to a fine one like today. But an opportunity shall yet offer itself today, as I have said, where we can bring this out in the open. But let us now get under way, because today shall be very hot, and travelling is not too pleasant in such heat." Thereupon we break forth with hasty steps from the mountain towards the plain, and the Pharisees behind us are gasping for breath and angry about our rapid steps. One of them even calls out to us, "Why are you rushing so nonsensically? Did you by any chance steal something upon the heights?" The younger Matthew, the disciple, won't let that pass, saying, "We walk with our own feet, and you with yours, and therefore walk as speedily as we please and do not have to account to you, we hope. Neither did we agree with you beforehand how fast we shall go. Therefore, shut up, and go your way as you will. We are not bothering with you. Why should you bother with us?" Says one Pharisee, quite furious about that, "What are you, silly tax collector, reeling off? Do you not know that it is Sabbath today, when none should argue?" Matthew replies, "Should the Sabbath apply only to me and not you? Who was the first to argue? It surely is not written that one cannot walk quickly on a Sabbath. You quite on the contrary demand that one should not be tardy going to the synagogue on a Sabbath, and therefore we are not breaking even your own regulations by moving more quickly on a Sabbath than on another day. There is a synagogue down in the village, which we can still reach if we walk quickly. What more do you want of us?" Say the Pharisees, "Those who hasten to the synagogues and schools indeed look like you. It is funny when a tax collector speaks about a synagogue. Do we perhaps not know you?" Says Matthew, "Time is up for you putting bridles on your mouths, or we shall take the liberty of breaking the Sabbath on your backs with clubs. Just look at these eternal loafers. What rights they would like to grant themselves over us. Another offending word, and I shall give the Sabbath and my humanity a miss, and put on bare nature for you." To this threat the Pharisees say nothing, but are secretly filled with rage. Chapter 76. The gleaning of the wheat on a Sabbath. After a while, however, much nearer the plain, we came to a field of near-ripe grain spread out before us. The path led through this field, and we set upon this one through the field, as it was the shorter one to the village. We therefore travelled through the grain, on a Sabbath, of course. The disciples, however, having together with myself had no morning meal, began to pluck some of the riper ears, rubbing the grains into their hands and eating. Noticing this, the furious Pharisees step hastily up to me, speaking with self-important mien. "Do you not see the unseemly thing your disciples are committing on a Sabbath?" Say I to them, "Have you not read what David did when he and those who were with him were hungry? How he entered into the house of God and ate the showbread, which neither for him nor those who were with him it was seemly to do, but only for the priest? Or have you never read in the law how on the Sabbath the priests profane the Sabbath and are blameless? You have witnessed my works upon the heights, and heard my teachings, and were repeatedly told who I am. If all this is not enough to you, then I tell you straight to your faces, he who is in me is greater than the temple. But if you knew what is meant by, 'I will have mercy, but not sacrifice,' then you would not in your hearts have condemned these innocents. You blind and deaf Pharisees, be told that the Son of Man, who is myself, is Lord also over the Sabbath." These words so frightened the Pharisees that they stepped back at once and stopped denying the gleaning of the wheat to the disciples. Jonah, however, who constantly walked by my side and whose field this was, said to me, "Lord, I shall hasten ahead at once to arrange an ample meal, for I feel sorry for the disciples and their obvious hunger." I said, "There you shall indeed do well, but I shall nevertheless first visit a school with my disciples, so that the Pharisees' anger should not wax. For they already cannot stomach Matthew for having proven to them that we hasten on account of the synagogue. Were we to now bypass the village school, that would be the end with them, and they would start making trouble. If, however, we go to a school first, then we have shut their mouths, and you can, without further ado, then present them with your bill, that is, at the end of the Sabbath." With these words, Jonah and his went straight home, where they found everything in the best order. We, however, turned slightly left towards the school, which was situated highest up in the village. Arrived there, we at once entered the rather sparsely attended school. With the Pharisees at our heels, secretly fuming at having been laughed off by the disciples out on the field, on account of their blindness, after I had chided their objection to the gleaning of grain. On our entering, the Pharisees at once started throwing their weight around, ushering a person to me whose hand had been withered for a lengthy period, and who therefore was capable of hardly any work at all. Here they wanted to know, seeing that I had said that I am Lord also of the Sabbath, whether it is lawful to also heal on a Sabbath. But they only asked to have a witnessed case against me, for their evil hearts were burning with rage and fury. But I spoke to them. Why are you asking me, as if you yourselves were capable of enlivening this one's long-dead hand? But if I intended healing him, surely I would not ask you for permission to do it. Which one among you would be foolish enough not to pull a sheep from a ditch because it fell in on a Sabbath? But how much better is a man than a sheep? For this reason it surely ought to be lawful to do a man good on a Sabbath. The Pharisees were silent, but I called the person over and said to him, "Stretch forth your hand." And he stretched it out, and it became whole, as the other that had never been sick. This was the last straw for the Pharisees. They left the school to discuss how to kill me. But Matthew, who was a bit of a spy, slipped out unnoticed by them, soon returning near breathless, and proclaiming aloud what he had heard. Upon this, I at once dispatched a disciple to kiss Jonah, letting him know that I shall not be able to dine with him for prudence's sake, as the Pharisees were after my life, and with my not wanting to make bigger criminals of them than they already are. I shall make myself scarce to this area for a while. The disciple was off with arrow speed, knowing where to catch up with me later. Hardly had he passed it on to Kisjonah, when the latter let everything go, speedily gathering a large number of folk, rushing to the school, and arriving just as the Pharisees were entering, well provided with stones. That on this occasion the Pharisees were served up by Kisjonah good and proper, hardly needs mentioning, whereupon I then departed with a large number of folk, healing their sick on the way, because this area at harvest time, being located on the Galilean Sea, was fever-stricken, and there always were many sick, especially the female gender. And these, getting news of me, ran after the crowd and, catching up with me on the road, asking that I would heal them. And all who followed us were healed. After their healing, I warned all not to divulge it at home, nor to mention the place where I healed them, and which direction I left. They promised to strictly keep it, and I let them depart with peace. Chapter 77. The fulfilling of the prophecy. When these had been dealt with, the apostles stepped over to me, saying, "Lord, sometimes you are a little puzzling. See, we have already seen so many wondrous things about you, and ourselves experienced so many, that we could no longer even for one moment doubt, even if we wanted to, that you, in the truest sense, must be the Son of the living God. Because the deeds which you accomplish have not heretofore been possible to man. Yet you nevertheless have certain moments when you seem in all earnest to fear men. Notwithstanding that we convinced ourselves of countless hosts of angels from the heavens standing at your service. The Pharisees, of whom each one is more cowardly than the other, together with their 50 or so unarmed adherents, we ourselves could have fixed up properly, while one little almighty word from yourself, and the Pharisees' desire to persecute you, should have left them forever. How you could, therefore, with all your godly might, take to your heels before these fellows, is a puzzle to us which we cannot grasp with the best of will. Could you not let us in on such intriguing behaviour, therefore? Said I, You still are fairly weak and blind, not to work this out at first glance. See, this took place so that you may become aware of the fulfillment of what the prophet Isaiah prophesied of me when he spoke. See, my servant, whom I have chosen, mine elect, in whom my soul delights. I will put my spirit upon him, and he shall proclaim judgment to the heathens. Here judgment signifies truth, light, and life, for it is truth that brings about righteous judgment. He shall not argue or cry, and his crying shall not be heard in the streets. A bruised reed he shall not break, and the smoking flax shall he not quench, until he executes justice, the full truth. And the heathens shall hope upon his name. See, therein lies the reason why I did not want to, nor could, enter upon an argument, and even less some scuffle with the Pharisees. I, by the way, knew in advance that Kisjonah would not let them go unpunished. Their punishment now is tenfold of what it would have been in a possible scuffle with us. Firstly, because they were grievously clubbed by Kisjonah and his people. And secondly, because of all that they went through, they are not allowed to mention a syllable in Capernaum, which is what annoys and embarrasses them most of all. Because, as threatened upon the mount, if anyone comes out loud with even a syllable of it, he shall turn dumb, deaf, and where necessary, blind on the spot. That also is the reason for their attempt on my life, for therewith they hoped to also eliminate what they believed to be the certain consequences of my threat upon the mount. For they still take me for a wicked magician, who indeed can perform while still alive, but not dead. The worst to them now is not to know where I have gone. They have indeed already sent emissaries eastward to track me down, having seen us flee east from the school. But they do not know that we should have suddenly turned west after an hour, in the forest, and then sail over the sea to the other side, and therefore their search shall be a futile one. Now, is your puzzle solved therewith? Say the 12, as well as many others travelling with me. Yes, now everything is clear to us. Therefore, it is actually much better than if we had laid hands on the wicked ones ourselves. Now everything is in the nicest order again. Says Judas, somewhat laconically, except for our stomachs. Nothing has gotten inside yet, considering it is evening, except a few grains of wheat. Therefore, it should be nice if something could also be done about our stomachs before we sail over the sea. I said, Today it simply is going to be fasting, at least to the other shore. Something is bound to turn up on the other side. Thomas, however, reproached him for such crudeness, saying, But how can you, after such exalted teaching on the Lord's part, come up with such low comments? Do you have no sense of decency or shame in your body? If you actually are of such wolf-like veracity, then take some provisions with you in future. But to make such remarks in the Lord's presence is too endlessly crude to lose more words on it. Says Judas, Yes, I forgot we still have you in our midst. You are and stay my taskmaster, and you seem to enjoy every chance to hit me. Very well, keep doing it if it makes you happy. It shall not bother me in future. Says Peter, That will be best. Thomas nevertheless is right, although he is a bit rough at times. But in my view, we should always look up to the Lord. If he says something, then it is good for it to have been said, and we shall all abide by it. But if the Lord is not saying anything, then it is even less fitting for us to say something. In my opinion, we should always observe this in the Lord's presence, for peace and harmony to be among us. My dear brother Thomas, if the hungry Judas will not keep silent before the Lord, he shall be even less afraid of you. If we do have to correct one another, however, then let us avoid shrillness and harshness, so that those words of Isaiah which the Lord mentioned can apply also to us, his disciples. I said, "That is correct, my dear Simon Jonah. So it ought to be among you and all mankind. Because he who is wounded and puts something rough over it shall not heal, but only make it worse and bigger. But if he covers it with balm and pure oil, he shall also heal it soon, and will thus repair the injury to the flesh." But now my friend Kisjonah's boatmen already are steering towards the shore, and he is himself among them. Therefore let us go down to the shore and be around when the skippers cast the mooring, that we may pull them ashore, for their wind is contrary and makes it hard for them. But the wind shall come in handy for our crossing, and shall quickly set us on the other side. So let us hurry, that their efforts would not be futile. Chapter 78. Healing of the possessed, dumb and blind. We rush towards the shore, arriving just as the skippers are casting the moorings. Peter, a skillful boatman himself, grabs hold of it, and we quickly pull in the boat and board it, and it takes us to the opposite side in an hour and a half. And this at the spot where half the population consists of Greeks and the other half Jews. We reach the shore at dusk, enabling us to still make out the district quite well. Kisjonah sends out 2 messengers to provide the place for accommodation for about 100, but they return without success. And so we stayed on board overnight, for the wind had dropped and the sea was near calm. Kisjonah then brought out plenty of bread, wine, and well-roasted fish from the hold, and his wife and daughters, who were not missing either, were serving us. That Judas, who had already felt empty on the other side, was highly pleased with this development, hardly needs recounting. Kisjonah asks me whether to light a fire, seeing the nights can turn quite cool, notwithstanding any heat of day. I consented, and a fire was quickly lit in the big flare, which was well provided with clean resin, oil, and other combustibles. This ship's flare was soon blazing away, spreading a great light over the entire area. This soon lured a great many onlookers to the shore, with many among them recognizing me from the short distance. And they began an immense cheering for the renowned, miraculous Saviour's presence in their district, for there were many sick there. Many others rushed home from the shore, telling the whole place that I am to be found on the ship. It did not take long before one dumb and blind at the same time, and therefore possessed in this fashion, was brought to the shore, and the people asked me whether I could and wanted to heal him. Several local Pharisees, however, had also hastened to the shore to see what would happen there, saying to the people, "To heal this one he shall well and truly leave alone. But their possessed one I healed from the ship instantly, so that he could both see and speak." All the people of this place were horrified, and Jews who were not of the same persuasion as the Pharisees yelled, "This is truly David's son, on whom all Jews hope." There was, however, a man in this place, upright and just. This one stepped up close to the boat, saying, "Divinely great, wondrous Master, why should you have to let the wind and a rather fresh night on a rocking boat deprive you of a night's probably overdue rest?" The notorious feature about this district is that the heat of day usually is followed by proportional freshness of the night, resulting in all kinds of disease among the local residents. I am, however, in possession of a roomy and well-equipped house that could provide you and your disciples with more than sufficient room, and you can stay for as long as you like. Neither shall there be any shortage of provisions. Say I to him, "Yes, I shall accept your invitation, for I know that your soul is without guile." But Kisjona with his wife and daughters are also here. His is the boat, and he is a disciple and a man after my liking. Do you have room for him too? Says the old man, "Even if there were more such families, whoever is with you is welcome in my house." I said, "In that case a great blessing shall come over your house." And to Kisjona, "Therefore let the boat be fully beached for your easier disembarking." This was done, and we soon reached the old man's house, who at once got his people to organize the most comfortable lodgings. Chapter 79. The Old Host's Humility. After the quarters had been organized, the old man came to me with his sons, who were mostly fishers, boatmen, and carpenters, saying, "Lord, as quickly as it was possible, everything has been made ready for your accommodation, and you are now invited to make full use of it at once. You now are, as always, the Lord also of this house, which I have built with my 7 sons. Let you command it, and I with my house shall be your servants." I said, "You are the way you are, and I also am what I am. But since you are so humble, lowering yourself, you shall once be elevated in my kingdom. Our needs for today are just a little rest. But let the sick come here tomorrow, so I may heal them." Says the old man, "There you shall have much to do, for it is not an inconsiderable district, and it would be hard to find a house without a sick. Although the area along the coast is one of the most fertile, it nevertheless is one of the least salutary for man's health. Nothing but fevers and boils of every kind." I said, "Let that be. Tomorrow all that shall change. But provide yourself with fish for tomorrow, so that my disciples, who mostly fasted today, can be filled again tomorrow. Everything shall be compensated to you." Says the old man, "Lord, forgive a little rejoinder here. Thousands have already been lodged and satiated here, and never yet have I accepted anything from anyone, and how much less from yourself? My bills I hand over to the winds, and these carry them aloft to the stars, where the Almighty Father dwells. He has so far always been my best payer and compensator, and shall be so again this time as well. How many sick and ailing have not been cared for here for months on end, and yet in spite of the harmfulness of the area, none of my household has become ill. Lord, this is a grace from above, and therefore let you not speak of compensation or payment, for I would accept neither the one nor the other. I said, Yes, but there is actually a snag to this. For if I do not compensate you, then the compensation from the stars shall turn out somewhat meagre as well, because my say and direction extend even to the stars and beyond. Here the old man is taken aback tremendously, not knowing what to say. Only after a while does he say somewhat timidly, For Jehovah's sake, are you perhaps an angel from the heavens? Or is one helping you? Or is given you as a servant by the Father from the heavens? I said, Let you just take yourself some overdue rest now, but much shall be revealed to you tomorrow. But go out to the people who still are noising about, and ask them to retire, and to bring the sick here tomorrow. I shall heal them all. The old man went and did as I commanded him. And the people started cheering wildly, yelling, Praise be to the exalted Son of David. He came to us to free us of every plague. Although we do not know where he comes from, one thing is certain. God's Spirit is with him, as it was with his forefather David. For were it not with him, he would not have healed the possessed. Some Pharisees, however, also had set out with the people to observe, as Jerusalemite temple police, everything else that I, of whom they had been hearing much, would do. The healing of the possessed, who was deaf, dumb, and blind as well, had jolted them mightily, and they were constantly plotting on how to cast suspicion on me before the people, as a tramp, rogue, deceiver, and even as a magician in league with the devil. This is why they said to the people, Tomorrow it shall transpire of what spirit he is. We shall no doubt be seeing in what fashion he shall heal the cripples, the lame, and the leprous. Say the people, If he has healed the most difficult case suddenly, then he is certain to heal the others with greater ease. But you should yourselves not be talking about such things at all, because no man has yet been healed through your expensive prayers, and still less through your amulets, which you highly recommend and sell to the sick for dear money. That one has the Spirit of God in his body. For this he has proven to us amply already through the mere deed. But you yourselves have no spirit in you at all, other than that of haughtiness, avarice, and domination. You want to be the first after God and to receive divine honour from us men. But we say unto you, that to us you are the last, and worse by 100-fold than the heathens. For you do nothing at all for our benefit. You do no work, and those who attend your schools become so stupid and dark after 2 years that no angel is likely to fix them up without special power from God. And this is still the best of your care and efforts for our supposed well-being. The wives of your Jewish co-religionists you seduce 100-fold, fornicating with their daughters, yet this is nothing. If, however, some other poor devil were to go that far, he is stoned, if poor. But if rich and of repute, he can buy himself out, and besides that remain your friend. Your colleagues, the Jews, do not of course know you as well as we Greeks do, and even if they know you, they must not speak up. But we know you and can speak. Wherefore we take this opportunity to tell you what we really think of you. But take yourselves home soon, before a storm of Greek fists comes over you. We, however, shall keep watch here. Do not dare to as much as touch this person, or you shall have to deal with us. We indeed also were Jews once, but are happy to be Greeks in name and law. We nevertheless in our hearts are true Jews, but not like you, of course, who sell their God-glorifying prayers for money, ascribing to such the most fabricated effects. We ourselves worship God because He is God, and because we, as His beings, owe it to Him. Therefore, get yourselves moving, because your presence is more repulsive to us than a stinking carcass. Upon these unambiguous utterances from the people, about half of whom were resident Greeks, the Pharisees made off as quickly as possible, with the folk cheering with victory and at having rubbed the naked truth into the nostrils of these idlers, which they normally called the Pharisees. Chapter 80. The Plan of the Young Pharisee. This district, otherwise, was notorious for its witty residents. Anyone wishing to take it up with them, especially with the Greeks, would have to be of sound mind. And the Pharisees, therefore, were conscious of what it was like arguing with the people, and therefore retorted very little this time, and made their way home. But they brooded the more at home over how to cast suspicion on me before the people, or to even basically destroy me. One of a better spirit among them, however, to whom the deliberations were getting too drawn out, finally said, "Brethren, for whatever my opinion may count, I suggest we now get our sleep, so that tomorrow we are all there with head and heart. Of what use all our brooding and scheming today? Tomorrow is another day. Let us see what tomorrow will bring, and then we shall, with Jehovah's help, be in the clear about what this man is about. That this is something most singular cannot be questioned in the least, because the healing of the possessed at the shore, just from the boat, without him being touched, is a phenomenon that, to my knowledge, has not been with us yet. And therefore let us wait for what else follows tomorrow, and we shall be more likely to judge properly. For it would be too risky to blindly condemn him, especially the way the people are worked up, since they have for a long time been siding with the Greeks rather than us, who have been a thorn in their flesh for some time. Therefore take note of my well-considered opinion. Tomorrow is another day, which could turn out more favourably for us than today." Says another, "Should we not do something about our being abused that way by the people? Should we go to sleep on that too, and grow no grey hair over it, and forget it as if it had never happened, taking no revenge?" Says the better one, Shake them down for a sacrifice, if you can, or call the culprits to account today or tomorrow, if you can. What can one do against many? Keeping quiet about it seems the most advisable thing to me, at least for the present. But if you want to take action straight away, then no law will keep you from it. I, for one, however, shall first wait for the outcome to this story, before taking the appropriate action. Let ripen the apple on the tree, if you do not like biting into a sour one. Do you get me? After these words of the better Pharisee, who still was young and zestful, and did not feel much solidarity with the old money-bag heroes, several Pharisees and scribes went to take their rest, but nevertheless still appointed one of their servants to keep watch, so that they would not oversleep the start of the magician's story. The better Pharisee, however, after all the others, including the watch, had fallen into heavy sleep, went outside to work out how to sabotage the old ones' evil schemes. He reasoned thus: if only I could get to this wondrous man, I could show him how he could carry out his healings without my colleagues' molestations. But how to get to him? The agitated people surround the house, and I notice that the sick already are being escorted and carried there. But I know what I will do. I will go over to the people and tell them straight where I stand, showing them my hostility towards the old money zealots, and that I intend to confide something to the wondrous man, without which he shall hardly be allowed to carry on his healings. If the people let me, good. If not, I shall at least have followed my conscience. With these thoughts he goes back to the people, who in the moonlit night can make him out quite well as the familiar young rabbi. Those Greeks who had formerly been Jews go to meet him at once, asking in a brutish manner what he is up to at such hour, and whether he actually is a spy. But he says amicably and confidingly, "Dear men and friends, my skin is indeed covered with Pharisaical clothing, and as you know I am a Pharisee in actuality. For as firstborn of a well-to-do home in Jerusalem, I had to become what my unprincipled parents wanted. And therefore I am externally indeed a Pharisee, yet in my heart less so than all of you, although you now are Greeks. My intentions are simply this. You know my colleagues as well as I do, and what rights they arrogate to themselves. They are theologians, and no one other than they is allowed to understand Scripture, although between ourselves, they probably understand any other thing better than Scripture. But they are selected for it by the temple, and they exercise their purported rights, and you can do nothing about it. They also are doctors and do not like anyone to come along and through his skill diminish their income. Through this also they enjoy a temple privilege and know how to fight for their rights, and you can do nothing about that. They are also, in certain cases prescribed by Moses, judges and lords of life and death over their subordinates, and can exercise such rights when and on whoever they like, without being accountable for it. They have only to submit to the temple, besides the yearly amount of lease for the synagogue and school, a list every year, and are praised the more for the length of the list of those whom they have judged. Because all of these offices have for a long time been either sold or leased, here we are only renters, and I myself only a sub-renter. I tell you, Such synagogue or school costs much money in the temple. And in order to bring in the more from those to whom assigned, it is loaded by the temple with all kinds of frills which such renter then will not, with the law on his side, suffer to be diminished too easily. One cannot, of course, become a buyer or renter of a synagogue or school until consecrated by a Pharisee by the temple, under the strictest oaths. Once a Pharisee, however, it is no longer easy to become a non-Pharisee. And see, although a true Jew should spit at such temple fraud, they nevertheless are even acknowledged and sanctioned by the state, and you can do nothing about it. I could tell you more, but it is sufficient to at least show you within what rights the Pharisees are moving, against which, for the time being, nothing can be undertaken. Had I not used my good offices in the good cause with the old, vindictive colleagues, then you would have already been in big trouble, because they were about to send for a legion of soldiers to Capernaum to hand the entire house over to the court. I therefore am your friend, and not your enemy, and even less a capricious, hostile spy. Only do not betray me, please. But if some good advice on my part does not seem too remiss to you, then hear me with all patience. Say the three. You seem genuine to us, and so tell us what we should do. But do not dare to deceive us, or it would cost you your life. Says the young Pharisee, I do not fear that, and if I had 100 lives, I would give them as testimony to my sincerity. And so hear me. You know that, with the Pharisees, what matters to the exclusion of everything else is income. Go over to them in the morning, therefore, and agree with them upon a sum for which the wonder doctor residing here can heal the sick tomorrow morning without objection. And the old money brokers shall give you the authority without further ado. If, however, you are not able to immediately put down the money, then promise to do so, and it will still work out. I would only add the following for the wondrous man: that he firstly leaves this area after the healing of the sick, or else the money-hungry Pharisees would straightway demand a second money payment from you. And that secondly, since such wonder doctors normally extend into the prophetic field, starting to work on the people spiritually, he should not start such here, not because of me, but the old ones, who in this respect are intolerable here precisely on account of you Greeks. And finally, that the people do not refer to him as son of David in front of the old foxes, for this is the scariest of all scares for my old colleagues. If all this is adhered to, then everything, as I wish with all my heart, may come off quietly. In the alternative case, it may come to a terrifying row. Chapter 81. The young Pharisee's artfulness with his colleagues. Say the three Greeks. Your advice is quite well meant, yet we are not completely happy with it. For how much longer is this cruel control by these public deceivers to last? We are fed up with them. Although we have nothing more to do with them, yet they keep jeering at us, holding diatribes against us in their school, cursing and condemning us at every turn. For how long are we to put up with that? On top of that, they are our judges in official matters, and if we want to enjoy any rights, we must buy them dearly. See, this is a terrible state of affairs, and therefore we think of putting an end to this control once and for all tomorrow. Because tomorrow, all resident Jews are transferring over to us, and the Pharisees shall be thrown out as useless, except for yourself, if you desire to remain with us. See, this is our plan, already put in motion, in that there are to be found no more actual Jews among the residents of this area. What do you say to such plan? Says the young rabbi, if you succeed, then nobody shall have less to object than I. But proceed with the caution of ravens, or you and I shall not fare too well. Because no one knows the outreach of these old foxes' paws better than I, and their eagle's eyes see through walls, and their ears hear many hours' walking distance. Whatever is said anywhere. But let me return home now, so as not to arouse their suspicion, for it is dawning, and the foxes shall wake up soon. And if they found me missing, that would be the end. Say the three, go then, but mind you do not betray us to the old foxes, for then you would be done for. The young Pharisee makes his way home and finds everything soundly asleep, including the watch. These he wakes, however, making a big fuss over their sleeping. That awakens the old foxes, and some go to check on what is going on. The young Pharisee, however, feigning fury, said that having found no sleep, he went to check out the watch. And see and share my anger. They slept more soundly than any of us. Ah, this is a bit thick. Had we not had Jehovah's especial protection this night, we could have all been murdered by the incensed people. The old ones shudder at the thought, suddenly realizing the danger they had found themselves in, and praising the young colleague beyond measure for watching over them like an angel of God. The young one almost burst out laughing, of course, barely containing the urge to give his throat to full throttle. He kicked the watchmen not too heavily, commanding them to get out of the way. They left immediately, seeming to make out what the young man was at. After the watch was gone, and daybreak had advanced, the young man said, Brethren, I do not think we have much time to lose, wherefore we should get on our way, so that nothing of what goes on should escape us. Say the old ones. Yes, you are right, we must miss nothing. But did you send to Capernaum for soldiers in case of obduracy? Says the young one. Had I waited for your instructions, we should be done for. All's attended to. Whether the soldiers will arrive soon is another matter, because it is quite far to Capernaum, and even further to elsewhere. Therefore patience is the thing, waiting for what comes, being or non-being. An expression of the young one. It speaks for itself that the young one had not even thought of sending to Capernaum for soldiers, because he was in secret a foe of the old Pharisees, because he also was a secret adherent of the teaching of the Essenes, and therefore would have desired nothing more fervently than to cause the old temple heroes trouble. The old ones, however, had not yet had a morning meal, and said to the young one, Well, well, if only those soldiers would turn up. It is of course high time we went over there, but we could eat breakfast before they come, for surely the magician is not going to carry on before sunrise. Says the young one, "Oh, certainly not. If you do not mind, I shall go for a minute to check if anything is stirring at Baram's house yet, and you could have your breakfast meanwhile." Baram was the carpenter's name, at whose house the Lord had taken his lodgings. The name of the place, however, was Jessera, currently a prairie. Say the old ones, "Will you be fasting today?" The young one, "That, no, but as you are aware, I can never eat before sunrise. Therefore, leave me something for after." Say the old ones, "All right, therefore go quickly and bring us good news, especially about the soldiers, because without them we are done for, as you would say." The young one leaves straight away, while the old ones shout after him, "Don't forget, the soldiers!" Shouts the young one, "Just trust me!" Then to himself, "Then you are done for." Chapter 82. Ahab called by Jesus. As the young one comes to the house, he already finds it surrounded with the sick and the sound. He asks someone whether I am up yet. One old, upright Greek says to him, "Yes, he is up, and has been before the house once, when the old Baram called him to breakfast, whereupon he went back into the house." Asks the young one, "What was he doing before the house?" Says the Greek, "Nothing more than raise his eyes towards the firmament, seeming to, as it were, draw power from it. But his gaze was that of a great general, whose sign millions of men and animals must obey. Although there was something immensely friendly in his countenance, there was yet an earnestness that my eyes have not beheld previously. I was only glad that he did not give me a solid stare. Truly, I admit I would not have been able to bear it. And yet I nevertheless felt irresistibly drawn to him with an inexplicable power, which I would not have been able to resist had not Baram called him to breakfast. Says the young one, "What do you make of him after that? What could there be to him in all probability, and who and what could he be, according to your usually well-considered opinion?" Says the old one, "I am indeed Greek, and in accordance with your saying, an idolatrous heathen, but I am in truth no more heathen than yourself, believing in one highest being. But this wondrous man quite easily could persuade me of idolatry, because if he is not at least a demigod, then I renounce my humanity." Says the young one, "I really am most anxious to see him. If only one could get into the house, then I would soon get acquainted with him. Just to trade words with such a man would be of the highest interest." Even while the young Pharisee is saying so, I come out of the house and call to him, saying, "Come, Ahab, Thomas of Torre's son. If you hunger and thirst after truth, then you shall be filled." Says the young one, "Lord, we never saw each other, and to my knowledge you have never been to Jessera. How can you know me and my father?" I said, "Quite a lot of things yet do I know of you and your entire house, but that would not be to the point here. but that you kept watch for me and risked much, that is of much worth before me. And such your sacrifice shall not go unrewarded. Come." Ahab quickly makes his way to me through the crowd, and cannot get over how I can know all this. I said, "Do not be overly astonished, for you shall be witness to things of quite another kind. It is good that you put the old ones at home to fright. They would disturb these people in their faith, without which it would be hard to help these many sick. Once these are healed, then they can by all means come to satisfy their money-bag conscience. Let you therefore stay here, and let them wait for you until I have finished. I know everything. You have indeed told them an immense lie. But God always forgives a sin for such a cause. Do you understand that?" Says the young one, "I am indeed familiar with the law, and know that Moses said, 'Thou shalt not bear false witness,' an exceedingly portentous commandment, which, however, none heed less than precisely my colleagues, because they say that false witness in favour of the temple and its servants is well-pleasing to God, whereas God condemns a just witness against the temple and its servants, and such should be stoned. Nothing like that indeed is written in Moses. But the temple servants say that the written word in the book is dead, but that they are the living book, into which God daily writes his will through the angels. We have therewith actually a completely new Bible, which is the exact opposite of everything that Moses and the prophets taught. According to this new temple scripture, therefore, the lie at the right time and for a good purpose not only is allowed, but in certain cases commanded, especially for temple benefits, because he who can lie the best and most stubbornly and demonstrably in the temple's favour counts for much. It may not be unknown to you that the temple always is cleaned before feasts, with a lot of temple dung and all kinds of unclean stuff accumulating. All of the dung, being too dry, containing too much soil and sand, is hardly worth the removal fee. But there are certain true dung prophets. These go all over the country, selling the mire even by the minutest quantities, asking for a piece of silver the weight of an egg. The temple dung thus is the soul of the other varieties of dung, with which the gullible manure their fields, with actual conviction that without the temple dung their fields shall not bring forth fruit. And even if bringing forth some, same shall forego God's blessing, and therefore benefit no one. It happens that quite often the dung prophets get rid of the loads they scoop up at the temple for sale in all areas quite quickly, whereupon they load their carts along the way with whatever street dung, selling same as real temple dung, so that each of the 100 prophets of dung sells 10 times more dung than they picked up at the temple. See, here the initial sale amounts already to the grossest deception, since the temple dung is sure to be vastly inferior to any other stable dung. Yet that's not enough. The blind and spellbound people, in the end, must also purchase the street dung for genuine temple dung. But never mind. Such deception being for the temple's advantage, this not only is no sin, but even virtue, and since well-pleasing to the temple, thus naturally also to God. Ah, Moses! But let someone just dare tell the folk the truth about the temple dung effect, which is as good as none, even if only in respect of the second deception, with the street dung sold as temple dung. And he shall be cursed a sinner against the temple, and then let him see how he gets away with it. And as with the dung, there are 100 things that are nothing but lies and deception. Let someone expose it to the people, Lord, and Jehovah's grace and mercy be with him. That I lied to my old colleagues by fathoms I do not regard as sin, especially where, as is here the case, I can protect a man such as yourself from the hounding to which anyone in whom my colleagues sense a spark of insight and brighter intellect is subjected. But let you now do your thing with these sick, or else the old buggers might get here before I call them. Say I to Ahab, see, they already are healed. The blind see, the lame walk, the deaf hear, the dumb are speaking. And all who had been brought here suffering from any illness whatsoever are now vital and well. I shall now just tell them to go home, after which you can bring your colleagues here, after first telling them what you witnessed here. After this I bid the healed to go home, warning them to make it known neither here and still less in Jerusalem, if ever they go there. They all promise me to keep quiet about it, thanking me with tears in their eyes. But I say again, let you depart now. Your faith has helped you. But from now on, let you not sin again. Otherwise a second affliction shall be worse than the first. Thereupon all who were healed depart, praising and glorifying God, who gave man such power. Says Ahab, completely amazed, no, this has not been seen by human eye before. Without rites, word, or touch? No, this is powerful stuff. This is too much all at once for a man of limits like me. They actually all got fully well. No drugs, no prayer, no word or touch. Lord, let me in on just a little of this capacity of yours. I said, this you cannot understand yet, but if you want to become my disciple, then you are bound to recognize and understand it. But now you can go and inform your colleagues if you wish. Says Ahab, yes, I shall go and tell it exactly the way they want to hear it. I shall strew their eyes with a desert storm, to blind them in the ultimate way, possessing a knack for that. They shall find out nothing about today. I said, good, good. Do as seems best to you. We are friends. Free yourself and then follow me. And you shall find truth and life, and truth shall make you free. Chapter 83. Ahab the Templar with his colleagues. Ahab goes off, rushing over to his colleagues. Arriving there, they all besiege him, saying, for temple's sake, what kept you? What we have been through because of you. Where are we? What's the magician doing? How did you fare? Are the soldiers on the way? We are in dire straits. Are you unaware of this? Says Ahab, why? What should I know about? Says the old ones, imagine, barely half an hour ago, 3 residents were here, Jews of this place, telling us that the entire Gessarian market city have one and all gone over to the Greeks, leaving us with nothing further to do here. What do you say to that? And listen, for all this we can thank this cursed magician, who is nothing but an apostle of hell, harbouring Beelzebub's spirit in his breast. Yes, what say you to this? Says Ahab, if so, then we are done for, and can start looking for an exit. I indeed heard a whisper yesterday, but could not work out the drift of it. But it serves us quite right. I've told you many times that the stupidity and darkness into which the temple initiated us won't get us far with the wakeful Greeks, and that it is an easy matter for them to have us over the barrel. But this was pouring oil on the fire. Now that has come to pass which I kept working out for you by the fingers of one hand, and I can't see why you should now be surprised. I said to you often, let's not pull wool over the people's eyes, because there is a limit for everything in the world. What good will it do us to systematically confound the people into the darkest fools? The stupidity will relapse into malice, and we can then take to our heels, and that's it. The people placed great store by Moses and the prophets, yet we were saying, these are dead, and Scripture with them. God reveals his will in the temple and indicates what to make of Moses and the prophets. It now is the high priests, the Levites and the Pharisees and the scribes who are the living Moses and prophets. That is our doctrine. Only too clearly had I told you 100 times that this presumption shall have dire consequences. But you laughed me off with this having no hope of a possibility. It is here now. Would you still call it impossible? But I say again, it serves us all absolutely right, because whoever does not accept advice on serious issues cannot be helped. Over at Balaam's house I went to great lengths to calm down the stirred-up folk. I told the hotheads that soldiers shall shortly be arriving from Capernaum to discipline them. And they laughed, saying, for these you shall do a little waiting, because your messenger is in our hands, as are all of you. See to it that you leave of your own accord, or you shall be moved by other means. That was the commendable response to my warning and threats of the people. It wasn't worth the bother. Concerning the magician, however, he is in the clear on that score, for he, together with his disciples and Balaam, might now be the only Jews in this place. That he could be a magician I will not dispute, but I would not hazard to assert that he acts through Beelzebub, although I don't wish to dismiss your view completely. Go over now yourselves and talk to him, and be convinced of everything. Ask the old ones, has he healed the many sick yet? Says Ahab, could well be, although I did not notice. There still is a crowd of people of both sexes outside Balaam's house, mainly familiar Greeks, talking with the really very plain magician, or whatever else he might be. But I saw no more sick people. Perhaps he healed them at the time I was keeping watch here for you. But as said, let's go over now, and you shall find out how matters stand. Say the old ones, is there no hazard to life? Says Ahab, how foolish a question. Can you say you are safe here? The way things have turned out against us, the open ground surely is an advantage, when we can use our legs rather than be knocked off behind four walls. Say the old ones, you're quite right. Therefore let's go outside and lock up our considerable treasures first. Says Ahab, very well, just let's get going. Who is about to rob us of our treasure? The people of this place now have quite different things to watch rather than our treasures. After this, the old rise, locking up everything, and not telling even their servants what they are on about. Chapter 84. The people against the Pharisees. Getting over to Balaam's house, they take in the big crowd, which is still quite shocked and perturbed at the great instant healing. Not having witnessed the great healing, the Pharisees are assuming the people to be still astonished at yesterday's healing of the possessed, as these continue to exclaim as they did yesterday, "Glory be to David's Son! This truly is the Son of David." Hearing this, the old Pharisees get annoyed, saying to the people, "Why are you wondering all that much? We know better than you how this took place. He, this magician, drives out the devils by means no other than Beelzebub, the devil's chief, and you would praise him as David's son?" Here some of the weaker became hesitant, asking the Pharisees to clarify this, and how this is possible, and whether the devil's chief can on occasion also accomplish godly deeds. Not bargaining for this question, the old foxes did not know how to reply. But since the inquirers sensed the Pharisees to be out of their depth, due to the long silence, they said, "Why do you give us no advice upon our very reasonable question, that we might get to the bottom of how this purported magician drives out the devils, and how Beelzebub can work also godly deeds?" It is relatively easy to accuse a person, regardless of exceptional procedures, to be a servant of the devil, thereby making him suspect. But it is quite another thing to provide proof. Why do you keep silent if you are sure of yourselves? Say the Pharisees, "We keep quiet because, enlightened by God's Spirit, we are always aware of what man needs to know, and when, therefore, to speak. It is not because we should not know this, but because we must not, and therefore don't want to give you verifiable proof. Your business is to just believe everything we teach, and not to probe on your own, for God has placed us for this reason, to probe the innermost substance of all things, keeping secrets to ourselves, and telling people only as much as is good for them. Do you understand us?" Say the people, "Oh yeah, we've understood you quite well, and having understood you thus for a long time, we have, following such vivid understanding, gone over to the Greeks, with whom there is no such mystery junk. There we have an Aristotle, a Pythagoras, a Plato, a Socrates, and these writings are clear and true. But with yourselves all is constantly wrapped in the deepest fog night, to the extent of no visibility by even a span forward or backward. Why do you try to cast suspicion on this emissary Saviour to us from God? He has done good to us and healed all our sick, and for this you denounce him a servant of Satan? What then are you, who have never yet done us a favour ever so small? When have you, with your inane devices or pretended prayer, healed anyone? Say the Pharisees, "Have we perhaps no credentials?" Say the people, "That you have, of course, from the temple, and highly boastful ones at that. But where are the deeds, which according to your qualifications, you're supposed to be capable of performing? Of these, nothing has seen daylight yet. Yet this one came to us without credentials, but accomplishes deeds the like of which one can quite properly say man has not accomplished since the world's existence. We can see quite clearly as to why you want to make this godly human suspect to us, in spite of your refusal to tell us the reason. Listen, we take it upon ourselves to rub it into your noses, and the reason is the following. This divine human carries out deeds in all actual, wondrous reality, which according to your temple credentials, you are supposed to be capable of. Yet up to date, you have come up with no deed for the 30 years you have been with us. How much of the best money and other costly things did you not obtain from us, so that you would act in our behalf? Where are the effects? You indeed took our gold and silver, but we received nothing but empty promises, which were never fulfilled. When we asked you when they shall be fulfilled, you pointed to the rich harvests and praised God, our healthy herds. We, however, referred you to the even richer harvests and healthier herds of the Greeks, who are cursed by you 7 times every Sabbath before sunrise. There, you said, this abundance is affected by Satan, and that the bread from such harvests and the meat from such herds serves not for life, but damnation. But you nevertheless did not scorn the yearly tithes which the Greeks rendered you by way of all kinds of grain. Tell us therefore what you actually did with this wheat, blessed by Satan according to you. Say the Pharisees, brimming with bitter fury by now, we sold it to the heathens, such as the Romans and Greeks, for them to receive that much more damnation on Judgment Day. Say the people, how very nice. It is said that the devil is stupid enough and his lies thick enough for grasping with the hand. Yet you are 10 times more stupid. Your lies can be grasped with heavily shod feet. Was it not us who carted your sundry grains to the Jerusalem market with our oxen and asses? And we surely will know to whom we sold it. And you have the hide to tell us that you sold the Greek grain to the heathens for their greater damnation. If you have to whitewash yourselves with lies, then lie more smartly and not make us even more stupid than yourselves, buying black for white and white for black without further ado. No, such lying atrocity, such has not been heard yet. Say the Pharisees, you know nothing and understand nothing. Do you not know that a Pharisee is incapable of lying? For temple law states for all who are ordained into God's service that they are not able to lie even if they desired it, for in their mouth even the thickest lie turns into the most luminescent truth. Here the people start laughing, saying jokingly, Indeed, indeed. We too are aware of the temple law you quoted, where it also is supposed to say, where a Pharisee puts excrement in his mouth, it instantly turns into gold. Chapter 85. The Lord calms down the people. With the Pharisees realizing that the people saw through them, and that they now were the subject of derision, they began to spawn thoughts of retribution. I therefore said to the people, Let them be, for they themselves are blind leaders of the blind. And where they come to a ditch with their charges, they fall into the ditch together with those they lead. In a land where they hold dominion as superiors, they can do you more harm than you can do them. But now you set them a trap, where they can easily fall in the ditch, more so than yourselves. For they bragged of having sold accursed grain to the Romans and Greeks for damnation. If you report this to the Roman chief, he will have them all over the barrel for it. But it ought in no way to come to that. But we intend retiring into the house for now, and I shall try to make also this spiritually totally bat-blind lot to see. Following which, I move into the house, and the Pharisees follow me at once, and are inside greeted by my disciples. But behind them, a huge crowd followed as well, so that it came to a great crush inside the room. This, however, did not matter overmuch, as I and the disciples still had plenty of room. When things quieted down inside the house, I opened my mouth and began to speak, mainly to the Pharisees, since I saw their evil thoughts only too well and clearly. That it has come to this with you, no one is to blame other than yourselves. Have you not, of a truth, been with these people here in Jessera these 30 years, yet not noticed their kind of spirit? Now it is, at this time, too late to again force the wakeful spirit of these people into sleep. Your anger is therefore a vain one, for you and no one else is responsible. I came here as an authentic Jew, and as such, truly in full possession of God's Spirit and all its power. When I came to shore, and you were enticed by the fire on the boat to rush to shore with the people, I healed the blind, dumb, and possessed before your eyes. The people instantly recognized the divine power in me and greeted me as David's son. You yourselves, internally, recognized it the same way. Since, however, you deemed such recognition to set limitations upon yourselves in everything, you asserted against your inner convictions. Such deeds I carry out with the assistance of the devils as chief. Who was it you harmed therewith? See, no one other than yourselves. Had you only thought about this thing with greater openness, examining it more closely, you should have instantly seen the sheer absurdity of your assertion, recognizing therewith that with this most untimely and foolish assertion, you of necessity lost the last shred of integrity and faith from this awoken population. Say the Pharisees. What then should we have done? Tell us, since you are so clever. I said in a somewhat more sombre tone, you should have thought, judged, and spoken thus. Every nation that is divided against itself perishes, and every city or household at odds with itself cannot endure. This surely can be grasped with the hand. If I, however, being a perfect Jew too, according to your assertion, cast out devils through Beelzebub, Then tell me, through whom actually do your children, who even now travel every country as saviours, healing the sick and casting out devils? I say unto you, your children too, and not only these people, shall be your judges. If I nevertheless, as clearly understood by this population, cast out the devils through God's Spirit, then the kingdom indeed has come unto you. For which reason you, as Jews, should be particularly happy in front of the Greeks, who are heathens, since this sign re-establishes the Jews' privilege which they had lost for already a long time. For only in this way can the authentic Jew show the whole world that he alone is the man upon this wide earth who stands in manifest association with God, working deeds through the might of God's Spirit that are possible to no other man. When the outsiders see such in a Jew, they shall congregate around the mighty Jew by the 1,000 times thousands, and say, the Jew alone is of God. Through him works God's omnipotence most miraculously. He is powerful and wise, and shall be our Lord forever. If then the true Jew ever shows himself thus strong, then his entire household and nation ought to be that strong. How could anyone then enter such a strong man's house to rob him of its contents? Be it that he first binds the strong one, which is impossible, and then robs the contents, as the Romans actually have done to us in our house, finding us drunk and asleep in our house, binding, robbing, and making us slaves, which serves the Jews right, as they have departed from God completely. But God has mercy on his people, and again wants to help them. Wherefore, I have been sent to you from God. Since, however, as you can see for yourselves, this now obviously is the case, why do you scatter where I am gathering? For he who is not for me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters and manifestly is against the Spirit of God, who wants to make you free. Wherefore I say unto you, after all that has already come over you, all sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven man, but never so the blasphemy against God's Spirit. For you knew quite well that I healed the possessed through God's Spirit, but for despicable worldly gain and honour, you nevertheless blasphemed against God's Spirit in me, wanting to save you. And thus you have received the deserved reward also from the heathens. Say the Pharisees, we did not blaspheme God's Spirit, but only yourself, and you yourself surely are not with flesh and blood going to be the Spirit of God. For you are no more than ourselves, a son of man. I said, yes, indeed, that I am by appearance, but in reality, perhaps, somewhat more. But if I am no more than a son of man like you, that does not excuse your blasphemy in the least. For I, as a son of man, surely am not working such deeds any more than you. But within this Son of Man standing before you, the Spirit of God alone is manifesting, and it is this one against whom you have blasphemed. For not I, but God's Spirit has accomplished such before your eyes, and you blasphemed against it. Indeed, whosoever speaks against me as a mere human, such shall be forgiven. But he who speaks against the Holy Spirit, such shall not be forgiven, neither here nor in the beyond. Because where a tree is by its whole nature already bad, there the fruit also is bad. But if a tree is already by its nature good, its fruit also shall be good. You are the tree, and there the Jews turned into heathens are your fruit. Judge for yourselves whether it is good or bad. Chapter 86. The different types of possession. Say the Pharisees, "This is not our fruit. This is the fruit of vagabonds such as yourself, who come from the whole world from time to time, in the shape of all kinds of artists and magicians. To our faces they indeed carry on this miserable trade, but comes night, and they turn into proselytes for heathen philosophy, having great persuasive powers for casting suspicion on us and the temple, together with its God-given ordinances, to the most scandalous degree. See, such heathen Jews as dwell here in Jessera are then the fruit of such individuals. We have at all times spoken good and true, and taught them according to Moses, rightly and fairly. But if Beelzebub turns the people away from us through individuals like you, is this our fault? Wherefore it is not us who are the evil tree, when Satan destroys and robs the fruit on our branches. Our teaching and speech is good. But your talk and deeds originate with the devils as chief, and seduce the gullible population. Therefore, you ought to be stoned, together with your followers." While the infuriated Pharisees spoke such words, the people began to murmur and portray intentions of laying hands on the Pharisees. But I said to the people, "Let it be. It is enough that these evil ones are everlastingly defeated. This is why they should be spared for now. But they are now to receive my well-deserved testimony." Say the people, "Yes, Lord, we implore you to show these wretches who and what they actually are." I now turn to the Pharisees again, saying in full earnest, "O you generation of adders! How can you speak good, since in your hearts you are evil through and through? But with whatsoever the heart is filled, the mouth overflows. A good person at all times brings forth the good from the good treasure of his heart. But an evil person brings forth from his treasure. Yet I say unto you that men shall once be called to account for every evil and useless word they uttered on the day of judgment. It will be as written in the book of Job, "For by thy words you will be justified, and by your word you will be condemned." I have showed you before why I came here, and also to other places. But the evil sense in your heart cannot accept this, and still less grasp it, that you should become free and blessed. For all the good that I do you freely, you want to stone and kill me. O you generation of adders, you brood of vipers! True indeed is every evil testimony the prophets foretold you. Verily only too true. With dead ceremony and mere lips you honour God, but your heart is far from him. There were, however, a few Pharisees and scribes among them whose heart was struck somewhat by my speech. These cut a somewhat human face, saying, Master, we cannot fully dismiss your teaching, but we were prevented yesterday and today from being witnesses of your wondrous deeds. Work another such sign, as we want very much to see one. Perhaps this will suffice our intellect, and we could, in the end, embrace your doctrine ourselves. But I turned to the people and spoke thus. This evil and adulterous generation wants a sign, but no sign shall be given it, other than that given to the prophet Jonah once. For just as Jonah was in the whale's belly 3 days and nights, so likewise shall the Son of Man be in the middle of the earth 3 days and 3 nights. Note well, here at the outset, middle of the earth signifies the grave. Spiritually, however, it indicates that the soul of the Son of Man shall descend to the captive souls of the departed, and there make them free. Here the Pharisees looked at one another, saying, What's this? What will he do? How shall he get to the middle of the earth? Where is that? Is this not everywhere and yet nowhere? Who can know how big the earth is and where its middle is? This person is insane, or an evil spirit is trying to get hold of him, for it is said that any man about to go insane can work diverse wonders. How would he compare himself with Jonah, who preached at Nineveh? Here I say again, as if to the people, Verily, verily, the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonah. And see, a greater than Jonah is here. Likewise, the queen of the south shall appear in the beyond with this generation, and shall condemn them. For she, Semiramis, came from the end of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And see, here is more than Solomon. Say the Pharisees, Very well then, since you believe we all are of the devil, that we shall be condemned by one and all on judgment day, then drive the devils out of us, as you did with the blind and dumb yesterday. We shall then be as well able to praise you as the one healed by you. But they did not speak thus out of a sincere desire to be rid of their many evil spirits, with which they already were fully at one, but only to make out some case against me. Because once an evil spirit has made everything subject and subservient to himself within a man, he does not manifest in an obvious fashion, but acts in a clever and worldly way, so that none should believe such person to be possessed, notwithstanding that he is possessed more thoroughly than some other who is still being tormented by some spirit, because not yet master in his house. Therefore, also I said to the Pharisees and scribes, This can, for several reasons, no longer be effected in you. For the evil spirits have for a long time been completely at one with your soul, and therefore fully comprise your very own evil and adulterous life. Were I to take them away, I should also remove your life with it. But were I to somehow still maintain your actual original life, this would still be of no use to you, for your entire nature now is of the devil through and through. Because even where through my power such unclean spirit departs from such people, he then wanders through arid regions, looking for rest and finding none. That is, the devil seeks to tempt virtuous men and knocks, but he finds no admission, and these for him and his purposes are arid regions and deserts, where no herb grows for him. He then says to himself, I shall return again to my old house, for in the steppes and deserts there is for me no place of rest, while in the dwellings already harbouring the likes of me I shall find no admission. When resolved thus, the devil comes back to his former dwelling, and he of course finds it empty, swept, and garnished. Whereupon he withdraws, calling 7 other spirits, who each are more wicked than he. With their help, he then easily obtains access to his former dwelling, and all live in such house. And with such person, the last state then is much worse than the first. And this is how this generation would fare. Therefore, it shall not be made more damnable through me than it already is. On hearing such, the Pharisees are aglow with rage, and would have liked to tear me to pieces, but for fear of the people. Chapter 87. Jew or Greek? Ahab, the young Pharisee, however, stepped aside from the old ones, being happy that I said such truths to the old ones. But he asked me in confidence whether he too is such a wickedly possessed one. But I said to him with friendly face, if you were so, you would not ask me thus. You also have been an arid region for Satan so far. See to it nevertheless that you don't become a fertile field for him. Therefore, beware of your evil colleagues. Says Ahab, Lord and Master, if only you will not leave me, then the power of hell is sure to have no effect on me. There shall be no lack of zeal on my part. I said, Go over to them. Let you be strong through your faith and zeal for me. But see to it that your colleagues don't drive you into a corner, for their devil has a fine nose and sharp ears for their purposes. Says Ahab, Lord, you are bound to know me better now than I do myself. My cunning is artful and clever. The devil, however, it is said, is blind, and therefore they shall all see how I have them on the ice. I shall even today put them to the test. I shall now exchange a few sharp words with you, that they may not become aware of what I discussed with you. But you must not bear ill will towards me for this. I said, Do as you think fit, but be good, clever, and truthful in all things. Because a lie, regardless of how good a variety, helps only temporarily, and shortly thereafter gets men into disadvantage and harm. Says Ahab, I am easy, and therefore shall say nothing for the present. I said, That will be better. For to keep silence at the right time is better than a most resourceful lie. With these instructions, Ahab makes his way back through the crowd to his colleagues, of whom one nevertheless had noticed his conversation with me. This one at once started to sound him out. But Ahab stood his ground well, to the extent of finding himself praised by the would-be detective. But I turned away from the Pharisees and began to talk to the people. I showed them how it is not pleasing to God to abandon Judaism, because salvation comes to all men from the Jews, and that, as some had done already in their hearts, they should in all truth return to Judaism, or it is not otherwise possible to attain to the childhood of God. Says one Greek, asking, "Are we therefore to once again bend our knees before the puffed-up Pharisees, eating their old indigestible leaven? Friend, you of a truth are a grand master of the deity's might and authority, being good, wise, and righteous. Yet here you are asking something very odd of us. To Moses we have no need to return, as we have never left him in actuality, and in our hearts the God of the Jews also is our God. The outward name of Jew and Greek surely shall not detract from God's wisdom. Yet to us it nevertheless is a bastion against unremitting hounding and goading by the Pharisees. Why should we again be called Jews and Greeks? See, this is not a very clever demand of yours upon us. What does it matter that besides Moses, we familiarize ourselves also with the wise men of the Greeks, besides their richly poetic theosophy, whose wise parallel poetry surely is something quite different from the expensive temple manure? Particularly since we don't place much store by this, knowing only too well how the Greek and later Roman gods came into being, and that Jehovah alone is God over everything, who has created all and maintains and guides everything. I said, "Friend, even though you speak, you have not understood me, while those who understood me are not saying anything, being Greek as much as yourself. There is, of course, not much in the name, but in the faith of the heart. But this also has to be taken into account, that it is better to make a pilgrimage to Jerusalem and to there, with proper and intelligent devotion, partake of the feasts, than to make a journey to Delphi to ask the foolish Pythia for advice. The immense temple excesses verily are better known to me than yourselves, and you heard how I am against them. But with all its evil, the temple nevertheless is incomparably better than the one at Delphi, whose priests and priestesses are nothing more than fine dialecticians, knowing how to give just that answer to every question which always makes them right in the end. After you had, at one stage, decided to take a wife, you first made a trip to Delphi, and there, for a lot of money, asked Pythia whether you shall be happy with the woman you intended marrying. Tell me, what was the answer? Says the Greek, "All right, thus, with the woman, you shall be not unhappy indeed." And see, the oracle told me the truth, because I really am happy with my woman. I said, "See, the oracle would have been right even if you had been unhappy with your woman." Says the Greek, "I don't see how that is possible." I said, "Because you are spiritually blind. See, the sentence goes as follows: with your woman you shall happy be, not unhappy indeed. But if you divide the sentence after the negation, then the oracle is right when you are unhappy. Because then, without any alteration to the chain of words, the sentence would go, with your woman you shall happy be not, unhappy indeed. If, nevertheless, you don't believe me, then ask your neighbour, who a year later went to Delphi on similar business, and whether the answer he got is not the same to the dot. Yet he is very unhappy with his wife, who is an immoral woman. Yet with him, the oracle is just as correct as with you, and yet you highly regard it. Judge for yourself what is better, the temple at Jerusalem or the oracle of Delphi. Here, the Greek is wide-eyed and says, Master, now everything is clear to me. This only God and no man can know. You are either God himself or a son begotten of God, but not a son of man like us. Therefore, we intend turning back to the temple, although not under the Pharisees' rod, but freely. These Pharisees, however, must go, for they have too greatly deceived us, relieving us of nearly all our goods, both spiritually and materially. We therefore shall remain pro forma Greeks, but in truth confessors of Moses and the prophets. We also shall go to Jerusalem annually and visit the temple, and if it is closed to us, then the hall of strangers remains open to us, which also is part of the temple. I said, do as you think fit. Only protect your hearts against falsehood, anger, vengefulness, and persecution. Let you be of chaste and pure predisposition. Love God truly above all, and your neighbours as yourself. Bless those who curse you, doing no harm to those who hate and persecute you. This way you will be pleasing to God, peaceful, gathering burning coals over your enemies' heads. Chapter 88. Who is my mother? Who are my brothers? While I yet spoke to the people, Mother Mary arrived with my brothers, for she had found out at Gisjona's house that I had gone and might be staying at Gisera. It was half a day's journey on foot, and she was well capable of being in Gisera at noon on Monday, having left home very early morning. Her concerns were on the one hand domestic, which she wanted to discuss with me, while on the other hand they reached into the spiritual, for she had found out quite a few things about me at Capernaum, about which she wanted especially to talk to me. But due to the crush, she could not get into the house, so that she had to wait outside till I came out. But because she had been waiting a long time in vain, she asked someone from Baram's house to tell me she has been waiting outside for a lengthy period and needed to urgently talk to me. So the messenger forced his way into my vicinity, saying, Master, see, your mother and brothers stand outside, wanting to speak to you. Here, I said to the messenger in an earnest tone, What are you saying? Who is my mother and who my brothers? Here the messenger drew back somewhat scared. But I raised my right hand over my disciples and said, See, these are my mother and my brothers. For he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven, truly, those are my brother, my sister, my mother. But step outside and tell those tarrying that I shall come." Some found this saying hard, reproaching me and asking whether I am not aware of Moses' commandment regarding parents. I, however, rebuked them for such question, saying, "I know who I am, and my disciples and my earthly mother also know, and therefore I can speak according to the truth. Let you therefore sweep before your own door diligently, for I know best what I must do." All kept their silence after this, and none dared say anything for or against it. After a period of silence, Balaam the host stepped over to me, saying, "Lord and Master, noon is with us, and the meal is ready for you, your disciples and your earthly relatives, who are tarrying for you outside. Would you perhaps do me, a poor sinner, the honour to partake of the ready meal?" I said, "For today I actually had planned another meal, which I am going to consume at the sea. But since you have invited me in such an honourable way, I intend granting you the honour and grace at the table. But this I shall also say, that none of the Pharisees is to come into the room where I shall dine, except for the young Ahab, whom I am taking up among my disciples. Because with his colleagues, who have become deeply suspicious of him as a result of seeing him speak with me before, he shall no longer be able to get on. But let you now tell the people that I shall be saying and doing no more in this house, so that they would go outside and leave us room, because in this crowd it would be hard to make an exit in a natural way." After these my words, Balaam turns to the people, saying, "Beloved neighbours, the godly master has now finished speaking, and shall not be saying, and even less doing anything further in this house. Would you all except Ahab therefore oblige me by quietly stepping outside, because the master would like to speak with him?" In response to these words, all the people except the Pharisees move outdoors. When the people were gone, the old Pharisees furiously stepped over to me and quite impudently demanded to know what I had in mind with Ahab, whether he too is going to be prepared by me for hell. On hearing such question, Balaam is filled with justifiable anger and says to them, "My taxes have I paid annually to the last farthing, and am therefore the lawful owner of this house, built by myself, and will not tolerate any strangers like yourselves to molest in my very own house a guest I am honouring and hosting. I therefore command you to instantly leave this my house, and remove yourselves beyond the boundary of my property, or I shall make immediate use of my owner's privileges." Say the Pharisees, "So you too have become a Greek now, threatening us with owner's rights. Should you not be aware of the fact that with the Jews there are no owner's rights in the presence of a Pharisee? Is not every Pharisee the perfect lord in every Jewish house he enters, with the actual owner resuming his lordship upon the Pharisees' departure? Do you not know as well that as a Jew you are only a steward and no lord of your house, nor your grounds, and that we can take grounds and house away from you whenever we please, and rent it out to someone else for 50 years? Says Balaam, "This I have as a Jew indeed known to my immense anger. Therefore I am a Greek today, or more precisely, a Roman, and in return for a given rate of taxation have procured for myself an irreversible property deed, of which I shall at once give you a taste, if you don't immediately comply with my request. Say the Pharisees, "Show us the deed from the Roman court." Balaam pulls out a still well-legible deed, stamped with the emperor's seal, holding it up before the old ones and asking, "Do you know this?" They yell, "So you too are a traitor to God, temple, and us. For this we can thank this son of David. Therefore let you too be cursed together with your house." As the Pharisees pronounced such curse, Balaam quickly took a decent rod and proceeded with all his strength to hit the Pharisees, exclaiming, "Wait, you servants of Satan! I'll pay you the right wages for your curse!" Yells one Pharisee still out of range of the rod. "It is written, let him beware who lays a hand on God's anointed." Says Balaam, "I know that quite well. That's why I used a rod." And Balaam lets also this anointed taste the rod. With this, the wicked Pharisees and scribes, with the exception of Ahab, flee outside, where they are also served up by the people. Chapter 89. Ahab warns against the temple's revenge. After these were gotten over the border, Balaam returns somewhat fatigued, saying, "Lord, forgive me. I truly find no pleasure in what I just did. But this evil and adulterous lot became intolerable. One cannot, of a truth, imagine Satan to be more wicked than these fellows, who earnestly think the entire earth to be their property already. But this would not have upset me personally overmuch yet. But when these fellows started to properly confront you, I could no longer suppress my just anger and had to make use of my owner's rights. But do not let it trouble you, for should these fellows lodge a complaint, I shall know how to handle my defence and how to vindicate you wisely and cleverly." Says Ahab, "Friend, there is no harm in you taking the necessary precautions, because these old buggers shall now have nothing more urgent to do than report this incident in the worst possible light. Firstly, their most unfavourable prospects by virtue of the works of this godly master, together with the total apostasy of all Gessara from Judaism, together with my own behaviour, and secondly to Herod, and how he has lost all his subjects through their purchase of Roman citizenship. This shall awaken all evil spirits in Jerusalem, with probably quite sinister repercussions for this place. Therefore, let you take precautions and assure yourself of imperial assistance, or these evil spirits shall play up wickedly with you." I said, "Ahab, let it be. That nothing will befall Balaam's house, I vouch for you. But that the old inhuman ones shall do as said by you is the truth. Yet neither Balaam nor yourself need to trouble yourselves. But now let us go to the meal, where I also intend hearing Mary and Joseph's sons." Says Balaam, surprised at the mention of Joseph's name, "What? My master at Nazareth, whom I owe so many thanks? He was in those days still a young man, yet already a master of his craft when I was his apprentice. With what patience and lovingness he showed me all the high points of his craft, and then bringing me all the best work, supporting me with advice and deed without fee. This truly I shall never forget." I said, "Well, Mary is his second wife, becoming his through the temple. The two men with her, however, being Joseph's sons by his first wife, now carrying on their father's craft. I myself, however, physically am Mary's son, my name being Jesus." Says Balaam, "Oh, how fortunate for me that my house should meet with such honour and grace. But let us now quickly attend to the tables, to avoid undue waiting on the part of the glorious mother and Joseph's two sons." We at once move to the dining room, where Mary with Joseph's two sons await us. On seeing me, Mary burst into tears of joy, for she had not seen me now close on 2 months, as also the two brothers, who loved me exceedingly. After we all exchanged heartfelt greetings, we all started toward the tables, saying our thanks and then consuming the good and abundant meal shared by Kisjona, who with his wife and daughters still had not left me, and who had much to talk about with Mary and the two brothers. After the meal, sitting at the table and drinking watered-down wine on account of the heat, Ahab asked to speak, for he had an important disclosure to make, especially concerning my security. For he had only during the conversation established that I am that Jesus of Nazareth, highly esteemed by the people, but held in contempt by the Pharisees, yet of unprecedented renown throughout the land. I say to him, "Say what you know." Speaks Ahab, "Lord and Master, you of a truth resurrected our chief Jairus' daughter from the dead. The entire region knows this, as also about the daughter of a Roman centurion. Whoever would even in the least doubt that even the most terrible and cruel tyrant would show everlasting gratitude for such wondrous deed, and make way to the right of his throne for the miracle worker, as did Pharaoh with Joseph once, after the latter's prophecy. What, however, does this temple brood do, these true Satan's servants? They brought out a report, which I myself too was obliged to sign, although I had not at that time either heard about any of Jesus' teaching nor seen any of his deeds. In accord with this report, all kinds of spies and assassins have been sent out by the temple, as well as Herod and the Roman governor, for the purpose of getting rid of you. In this report, you are denounced to Jerusalem as a deceiver of the people, a seducer and agitator, in a way no man had been denounced before. Jairus' daughter was not supposed to have been dead at all when you were called to heal or resurrect her, but that she was perfectly well, but made to act, to test you. On going and saying to her, "Talitha cumi," the chief realized that you are a deceiver, having no real knowledge of healing, for were you, as a saviour, capable of assessing a person and their sickness, you would have known at first glance not only that the maiden was not dead, but on the contrary, bursting with health. The Roman chief, named Cornelius, I think, whose servant or daughter you are supposed to have resurrected from death, takes exception to this. But what is he against such mass of false testimonies? Beloved, dearest friend, master and Lord, I could tell you a lot still, but I can see that my account has saddened you, as this slandering of you is too despicably devilish. I shall be silent about the rest. It is enough that I told you the main part. The only good thing about it is that Satan is stupid and easily excelled by the truly wise and clever. What should be that much easier for you on account of your exceeding wisdom? Let it be left at that. Although I am quite a simple man myself, I nevertheless quite easily can twist these buggers around each of my fingers, and don't consider it a sin to have Satan heftily run up against the wall. This lets him depart from the place of conflict for a while, tail between legs, and a wise and clever man's spirit gains time for something more uplifting than the constant tussle with Satan. Chapter 90. Sermon on the Kingdom of Heaven. Mary now says, "My Lord and Son, what this young man told you just now is strictly true, and it is my being driven from my house on your account that has caused me to come and tell you. What am I to do now with your brothers and sisters, speaking terrestrially, of course, for I know that you have no relatives on earth other than the disciples at heart. Our little lot is gone. The wicked Pharisees have seized hold of it and have sold our hut together with the well-tended garden to strangers. Know that I and your brothers and sisters are no longer young enough to do strenuous labour for a living, and even if we tried, these evil temple autocrats have threatened to punish any Jews that were to give us work or even alms. What are we to do, and where to live from now?" Says both Balaam and Kisjona, "Highly esteemed mother, through whom God has shown the endless grace of bringing the most exalted Son of all heavens into this evil world, do not let this trouble you in the least. See, we firstly are no longer Jews from the civil aspect, but Greeks outwardly, although fully Jews according to Moses by conscience. We both are, all praise to the Lord, wealthy. Therefore let you move in with all your relatives, and you shall be lacking in nothing." I said, "Friends, your offer is balm poured in my heart. My blessing and grace shall be with you forever. But I shall nonetheless presently go home, to see by what right these wicked ones have robbed the mother, the rightful wife of Joseph, of their small and well-earned property. And I shall then also trade a few words with Jairus, for his daughter is to once again fall sick, and he shall come to me, after which I shall speak to him. But for now, since matters indeed stand thus, with the infernal brood having laid traps everywhere, we shall arise and take to the sea, which has set us no trap. But I shall, in the first instance, from the sea, reveal a few things about the kingdom of heaven to the people through images, so that none should once be able to find excuses and say, 'How should I have believed and kept it, since I never heard anything about it?' When the old wicked ones arrive, let the people not obstruct them, so that they shall once have that much less to excuse themselves with. Let you friend Kisjona, however, go and make ready your big ship, for we shall be much in need of it." Kisjona rises with his and goes to attend to my wish. Balaam, however, asks for permission to accompany me, since I am not able or minded to stay at his home. And I say, as far and as long as you have a mind to, for no honest or just request has ever been rejected or left unheard on my part. Balaam therefore makes domestic arrangements with his wife and children, including on how to respond to the evil persecutors. Taking some gold with him, he then comes over to the sea with us, even as we are also attailed by an outsized crowd. Nor are the old evil Pharisees missing, but in disguise, to avoid being recognized by the people. Arriving at the shore, to the people's exclamations of "Hail to David's son!" the crowd swelled to where I and my relatives could not retain a foothold, and the much multiplied disciples even less. I therefore said to Kisjona, "Let the half landing be dropped, for we must go out to sea. The land is getting scarce." Kisjona quickly dropped the landing, and we boarded the ship. On seeing me board ship, the people thought I was departing and loudly pleaded with me to let them have the promised teaching on the kingdom of heaven. Chapter 91. The Parable of the Sower. When we all were aboard ship and the landing retracted, I asked the people to calm down and to search for a place at the shore. And the people did so, with the only exception being the old Pharisees, who did not settle down but stood close near the ship, for they were determined to not let me out of their sight again, and were therefore ready to also follow us at sea. But I took a seat on the spacious deck and began to speak a few things to the people in parables, so that the stupid Pharisees would not understand it. The people, however, of a more wakeful spirit over here, on the whole understood me quite well. To begin with, I compared myself to a sower, saying, "See, a sower went out to sow good and wholesome grain. And as he sowed, some seed fell upon the wayside, and the birds came and devoured it. Some fell on stony ground, with little soil, and sprouted quickly, not having depth or weight of soil over it, but when the sun came up glowing with many beams, the sprouts that sprang up in the cool and moist of night withered and dried, being without roots. Some fell among thorns, and these, with their more abundant growth, choked them. And some fell on good soil, bearing fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, and some 30-fold. He who has ears, let him hear." Here I was about to carry on without a break, but some of the disciples, not understanding these parables themselves, stepped up to me and said, "Why do you suddenly now speak to them in parables? Those of us who have been around you for quite some time now hardly can understand them. Do you not see how they are shrugging their shoulders, some even thinking that you are either having them on, or speak of indifferent things on account of the Pharisees, and that everybody knows that grain should not be sown along the wayside, or upon stony ground, or upon thorns? We do indeed grasp what you are getting at, but those on the shore really think you are having them on. Or can you be seriously instructing them in a way not comprehensible to them?" Say I to the disciple, "What are you saying and interrupting me? I know why I speak to those people in parables which they are not to understand. To you it is given to understand the mysteries of the kingdom of God, but to these it is not given. For it is thus, he who has, to him it is given, that he may have in fullness. But he who has not, from him shall be taken what he has. For which reason I, as Lord, speak to them in parables. For having eyes, they see not, and having ears, they hear not, for they do not understand it. All the things I have worked here, and for what do they take me? They all are blind and deaf. A parable for them you saw yesterday, with the blind and mute. As was he in body, so are they in their soul. This is why I speak to them in parables, that it may be fulfilled what Isaiah prophesied. With the ears you shall hear yet not understand, and with seeing eyes you shall see, and yet perceive nothing. For this people's heart is obstinate, and their ears dull, and their eyes slumbering, lest with their eyes they might see, with the ears hear, and with their heart understand and be converted, and I could help them. But blessed are your eyes for seeing this, and your ears for hearing it. For verily I say unto you, many prophets and righteous men desired to see and hear what you see and hear, yet did not see or hear it. But I have said that unto you it is given to understand the mystery of the kingdom of God. Yet I perceive that, basically, your understanding is not much better than those on the shore. Then hear and listen as to how the parable of the sower has to be understood. If anyone hears the word of the kingdom of God that I speak, but does not understand it in his heart, which with its worldliness is trodden smooth as a roadway, then the wicked one soon sees the word not fallen in the earth, but unto the trodden world-smooth outer and exposed surface of the heart, easily plucking off what actually is sown in the heart, yet clinging to the world-smooth outer surface. And see, such man is like unto a wayside, unto which the grain, that is, my word, has fallen. And of this variety there are many standing at the shore. But the following is a case of the seed falling on stony ground, where a person hears the word, receiving it with much joy. But, because like a stone, such man has little life moisture, or proper stoutness of heart, and too little soil, or firmness of will, in or above himself, being like the stone, dependent upon the weather, whether it be moist or dry, and therefore changeable, then such person, when on account of my word he comes to be tried by all kinds of tribulations and persecution, turns full of anger and fury, resembling the sun-heated stone, upon which, of course, my word cannot take root, in the end having to wither away. And see, there upon the shore stand many such stones, who indeed now are offended in me on account of the Pharisees, but then seeing my words directed to them, being immediately followed by all sorts of tribulation and persecution, they deaden the word in their heart by, on the one hand, being too much offended, and too fearful on the other. For in spite of all the signs they saw, and all my living assurances that I can adequately protect them against all kinds of trouble, they still don't believe, and therefore resemble the stone upon which the seed fell. But the falling of the seed among thorns signifies the following: where a person hears the word and even accepts it, but is immersed in all kinds of worldly business and worries associated therewith on account of deceitful gain and even more deceitful riches. Such trivial worries accumulate by the day, richly proliferating in the heart like all weeds, to but easily smother my sowed word. And again, see, of such there stand many at the shore, resembling the thorns among which the seed fell. And the following is the seed sown into good soil, where a person hears my word, receiving it into the depth of his heart, where alone it is at all times understood validly, rightly, and animatedly. Such man, then, is such good ground into which the seed falls, and, depending on man's will and strength, brings forth the fruit of good works, 100-fold, 60-fold, or 30-fold. And 100-fold is when he does all for me, 60-fold where he does much for me, and 30-fold where he does a good portion for me. By analogy, There are in my kingdom 3 heavens. The first for the 100-fold fruit, the one below it for the 60-fold, and the lowermost for the 30-fold. Lower than the 30 receives no consideration, and he who has less than 30 shall have it taken from him and added to him who has 30, 60, or 100. And it shall thus be taken from him who has nothing, and added to him who already has, that he may have in all fullness. Say all. Yes, Lord and Master, for your wisdom exceeds all our ever so great and presumably wise thoughts. Therefore we ask you to continue speaking thus. Chapter 92. The parables of the tares among the wheat and the mustard seed. I now, however, speak loudly enough for those standing upon the shore to hear. Now then, he who has ears, let him hear, and he who has eyes in the heart, let me emphasize, let him see. I want to give you another parable on the kingdom of God. Listen. The kingdom of heaven also is like unto a man who sowed good seed upon his ground. But while his servants slept, the owner's adversary came, casting sheer seeds among the wheat, which then sprang up with the wheat. Wherever the wheat came up with its fruit, there the weeds also came up. When the servants saw this, they came to the landlord and said, Lord, did you not cast prime wheat upon the field? Wherefrom came the weeds? The landlord, however, spoke, saying, This my enemy has done. And the servants replied, Lord, shall we go and weed it out? And the Lord said, Let it be, so that you would not trample and pull out the wheat with the weed. Let them both grow together till harvest. At harvest time I shall say to the cutters, Gather up the tares into bundles first and remove them from the field to a place for burning. But afterwards gather the clean wheat into my barns. See, this is an appropriate parable of the kingdom of heaven. But hear me further. I want to give you more parables, which all depict the kingdom of God. Therefore listen. The kingdom of heaven is like unto a mustard seed, which a man took and cast into his field. This seed of a truth is known to be among the smallest among the seeds. But when it grows, it is the biggest among the herbs, and finally, a very tree, so that even the birds of the air come to build their nests among its branches. Here the disciples looked at each wide-eyed, saying, What's this? Who can grasp this? Now the kingdom of heaven looks like a mustard seed? I said, Wonder not, but listen further. Yet another parable I want to give you on the kingdom of God. The kingdom of heaven also resembles leaven, which a woman took and mixed into 3 measures of wheaten flour, until all was leavened. All the disciples, as well as the 12 wakeful apostles, once again looked at one another, saying among themselves, Who can grasp and understand this? Or does he want to have the people on because of the Pharisees? It is impossible to understand why he now talks in these most muddled images. Ahab, however, who was exceedingly well versed in Scripture, overhearing the disciples' talk, said to them, If this one is what I now firmly believe him to be, then the following prophecy of Isaiah would probably apply to him, which speaks about him constantly, speaking in parables. I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. See, thus spoke once the great prophet, and so sang David once in his Psalm 78, verse 2, and this, besides a lot of other things, exactly applies to him. And despite of this, you can still ask, how so, and what does it mean? Being with and around him for a considerable time now, he shall, if necessary, reveal these parables to us indeed. And if not necessary, well, then we can still boast that we are ourselves able to see and hear what all the patriarchs and prophets would have much liked to see and hear. All the disciples are quite happy with this interpretation. The people, however, now that I kept silent during Ahab's talk, asked me whether I am going to say more of such inconceivable things, or whether they should go about their business. They who were waiting at the shore for a good teaching, but which did not come. But I said, let you return home, for it was not for you that I opened my mouth, knowing full well your uncomprehending heart. Wherefore also your children once shall be your masters and judges. Therewith all the people soon departed from the shore, and each went to their dwelling. Only the Pharisees, noticing that Kisjona was getting his boat ready, soon boarded their ship, held in readiness, and took to their oars ahead of us. But secretly, my will was that they should be seized by a strong wind. And see, a mighty wind soon began driving their boat, completely covering it with waves time after time. Chapter 93. The Lord stills the sea. We, however, took off from Gesera in a totally different direction, and it was necessary that we too had to be overtaken by a great storm on the high sea. Whereupon the disciples, together with all on board, were gripped by much fear, as once before, starting to scream with fear for my help, or all should perish. And as once before, I commanded the wind and the sea, whereupon immediate calm of wind and sea set in, with all the people in the boat exclaiming, "Who is he whom wind and sea obey?" Ahab, however, who had not chimed in with this question, said to the disciples and a few others, "Friends, this once again was a most untimely and foolish amazement. You surely have been such a long time with and around him, and still can be as amazed as if this were his first sign that you saw him work. I've been hardly one day among you, yet all this is as comprehensible to me as anything can be to a man. If he is that, namely, the great promised Messiah, who according to David is neither more nor less than Jehovah himself, acting through flesh and blood, then it should be easy for him to terminate a sea storm, since it would hardly have been difficult for him to create the whole world. If such is indisputably the case, and you know him, how does such question and astonishment arise in your heart?" Says Judas, somewhat indignant at Ahab's comments, "Friend, should we no longer be astonished at what the Lord does before our eyes, just because we have seen this and much else of his?" Says Ahab, "Brother, such be far from us. But I look at it this way. We should indeed be amazed in all meekness of heart that he should work such before our eyes, and that he should consider us not so worthy beings, worthy enough of his love, wisdom, and power, and for working such deeds before our eyes and senses. I, for myself at least, do not consider myself worthy of the least of this. But since we know who he is, and then wonder that he, who has made heaven and earth, should work extraordinary deeds, as if this had been done by a mere man, then in the end we would consider him, the Lord, as no more than some other, albeit extraordinary human. And in this context I consider your astonishment, ensuing upon the sudden stilling of the storm, as somewhat out of place. Would it not be ridiculous to also start wondering at sun, moon, stars and earth, and all the most wonderfully equipped and shaped creatures, which surely are as much his work as the extraordinary stilling of this powerful storm upon the sea? If, however, we have to wonder, then let us wonder only at how the unspeakably almighty God Jehovah lowers himself so endlessly as to come to us mortal and exceedingly weak mankind from his eternal, immeasurable heights, which should be almost unbelievable if not already prophesied since Adam, Enoch, and all the prophets right down to Zacharias and his son John, as is now happening in the fullness of truth. The greatest wonder, it seems to me, is that, as prophesied by hundreds of prophets with one accord, all this is here now. What is now taking place is but a natural consequence of the prior and most wonderful manifestation upon this earth, namely, the aforementioned appearance of Jehovah in the flesh and blood. Say even the 12 disciples to me, Lord, wherefrom this one's speech and lucid wisdom? Said I, it is not his flesh and blood inspiring him, but his most wakeful spirit, so that it won't take much to the full rebirth of his spirit. It does not do you much honour, however, that he is a teacher to you, rather than you to him. But his advantage over you is his being deeply versed in Scripture, and I love him as I love you, there being much meekness in his heart. Chapter 94. Man's Spiritual House. And now the disciples at the water's edge ask me, Where, O Lord, shall we be going now? I said, We shall head straight for home. The disciples replied, Lord, there we shall not fare too well. For have not the Pharisees taken everything away from your earthly mother of your body? And so home, in our opinion, is in a somewhat sad state, even though we know that everywhere is home to you, and you therefore are at home. Said I, You ought to by now be more versed in the language of the Spirit. If I say that we are heading straight for home, do I want to go to Nazareth? Understand for once. When I speak of going home, I mean man's interior, which is man's true gathering point of life, strength, power, and all wisdom. There we therefore are going. We are in need of inner spiritual rest, and this is a proper home. Within it, not on my but your account, we shall find what the outer flesh and blood is in need of. Do you understand that? Say the disciples, Yes, Lord, now we understand it. I said, Terrestrially, however, we are going to kiss Jonah again. In his home we are safe, because this is a free house, and it pays a large tribute for this to the emperor, and the Pharisees shall be kept away. But a few days thereafter we shall indeed be going to the terrestrial fatherland, and shall attempt to make straight what has become exceedingly crooked. Says Jonah, Lord, I would that it were your pleasure for not just a few days, but preferably that you stay at my, or rather in all truth, exclusively your house, together with all yours, for a few moons, months, or at least a few weeks, because in Nazareth you shall, unless you let fire and brimstone ray from the sky, find little or no reception, especially with the scribes and Pharisees, who are increasingly after your life. I answer him, Friend, banish such cares, for I can only be got at or harmed to the extent that the Father who is within me, as I am within him, allows it. And all the things that will be allowed for the salvation of mankind and the fulfillment of Scripture I have already known in advance for an eternity. All the prophets would never have been able to prophesy this without my knowing it in advance. For the same Spirit now dwelling in all fullness within me and speaking to you has also spoken to the prophets what you read in the Scripture. Since now the same Spirit is personally here, he must also fulfill what he has prophesied of himself through the prophets. You should not worry about it, for this Almighty Spirit will surely know how to help himself. Kisjonah, understanding me, keeps silent. Then, after a while, beating his breast 3 times, he says, I am not actually worthy of your sheltering under my roof, but show me poor sinner grace and mercy nevertheless, and stay a few days for my comfort. I said, Feel at ease nevertheless, because for as long as I have work to do on this earth, I shall stay with you, together with all who are with me, for your house shall be my house of rest. But I shall nevertheless have to frequently leave it on account of my work. But I shall never leave it spiritually, laying my hands on Kisjonah's heart. Chapter 95. Reunion with Jeruth and Jonail. By the time we spoke thus, we hit shore, and that at the very landing place of Kisjonah's, from where, through a big and beautiful garden, one could get to Kisjonah's spacious buildings and dwellings, within which everything had been readied for our reception. Because I had already secretly notified Kisjonah at Baram's house that I shall be returning to his place, whereupon he at once sent home a small conveyance of messengers with instructions. And who did we run into there? Jeruth, the wealthy merchant of Sishar, who owned and occupied Esau's old castle, and Jonail, the high priest of the same place with whom we have been acquainted. Both were escorted there by the angel who was with Jeruth, for they had worthy things to discuss with me. And so this indeed was a pleasant surprise of a celestial nature. These two, touched to the core with fervent joy on seeing me, were not able to utter a word. Deeply moved, they greeted me with placing their quivering hands on their chests with all the love of their hearts. But I said to them, My cherished friends and brethren, save yourselves the effort of your tongue, for the language of your hearts means more to me than 1,000 ever so beautiful words spoken by the tongue, of which the heart is often only marginally conscious. First recover from your long and arduous journey. Only then do I intend to tell you, my Jonail, what you shall need to do at home against the high priest appointed by the arch-Samaritans in addition to yourself for officiating in the trivial and blind ministry at Gerizim. But as said, you have need of first resting and recovering, so first take to rest and recovery. You, my brother Kisjonah, bring them refreshment, availing yourself of the servant who escorted the 2 friends from Sishar. For this one is not tired, and he shall give you speedy and good services, and is an initiate to your household, as if a senior servant to you of many years. Therefore let you avail yourself of him untroubled, letting also your weary people rest a while. The day is indeed coming to an end, yet it shall not be retarding your household if the weary ones retire a little earlier than usual, for this servant shall adequately substitute for them all. Says Kisjona, that all things are possible to you, O Lord, of this I am vividly convinced, and of a faith quite like unto Ahab's, our young Pharisee. But how this delicate boy, rather than youth, can not only carry out the many tasks still remaining, then serve us several hundreds as well. This, O Lord, although not doubting in the least, nevertheless baffles me exceedingly. I said, Friend, at home you are short of milk, cheese, and butter, whereas you have an abundant supply on your Alps. Let all your supplies first be brought down from the Alps by this servant. It serves you better if your supply is here rather than in the mountains, which shall be skimmed by a horde of wild Scythians overnight to spy them out for robbery. Says Kisjona, I am catching on. This boy is probably one like those 3 who served us in the Alps. I said, Well, yes. Only ask and speculate no more, or it shall be too late. Kisjona quickly moves over to the youth to ask him amicably. Says the youth, Let you not be troubled, dear friend of my Lord and God. It shall all be fixed in a few moments, because with me, here, there, or anywhere is all the same, and although I am one of the feeblest, the entire earth has to shake under the power of my feet. Kisjona was exceedingly astonished at such talk, being unable to imagine such possibility, and in his amazement hardly noticed that with these words the youth had left the room to attend to his errand. Kisjona, however, had not yet done with astonishment, and was about to ask me how such were possible, when the youth already stood before him supple, saying with a smile, Well now, you are still pondering over how such is possible, and see, I already have it under control. Even that which your scribes did not manage to record at the busy tolls today, notwithstanding their laboriousness, I managed to fill in, so that they now have leisure and are unengaged. Kisjona, confounded, not knowing what to make of it, says, full of astonishment, But my cherished friend, you have hardly left the room, but are supposed to have already accomplished what would take all my people together, with all their diligence, a whole week? This seems just a shade unbelievable to me. You would need to have 1,000 hands and the speed of lightning. Says the youth, Well, then go out and be convinced. Chapter 96. The Power of the Angel. Kisjona goes to the larder and finds the neatly arranged supplies of milk, cheese, and butter in their respective places. Then goes to the barns, finding them full, for even the ripened harvest of the field had been brought in. He then goes to the great stables for cattle, sheep, as well as donkeys, finding everything properly attended. From there he goes to his big office building, checks the books, and finds everything in proper order, checking the tills and finding them all full. He rushes to the large kitchen, and there finds everything fixed up by the right quantity and selections, fully cooked, asking the men and women cooks how this may have taken place. These can tell him only, a beautiful youth came into the kitchen saying, "Place the foods in the bowls as they are already well prepared." We checked the foods, and it was as the youth said, who immediately left us. "Taste them, you shall see it is so." Sampling the foods, Kishjona finds the cooks are telling the truth. He quickly betakes himself back to the big room where I was, and the youth asks him, "Now, are you happy with me, Kishjona?" Says Kishjona, "Much of the supernatural has indeed already taken place in my house, for which I could not account other than say, with God all things are possible. Yet this, nevertheless, is the most incredible so far. To carry out in a moment a task that could have taken a solid day's work, that, as said, through a man filled with God's Spirit, is understandable. But that 100 tasks in widely separated locations can be simultaneously carried out by one human being in just one moment is a completely different thing, and to a mortal is entirely beyond grasp or intellectual acumen. And I can only once again say, Lord, have mercy upon me, a poor sinner, for never shall I be worthy of your living under my roof." Say I to Kishjona, "Let you now cease your astonishment, and have your people bring in the foods, for we are all now in need of the same." But if you are already so much taken aback with this, what will you say if I tell you that, of a truth, on the entire earth, only one angel is assigned the task of caring and acting upon all the grass, shrubbery, and trees, for the bringing forth of all the most diverse fruits, as well as take care of all the animals of the sea, air, and upon the land? This also you cannot understand, and yet see, so it is, and so it happens. Therefore, do not be astonished unduly, but go and let the foods be brought in through your servants. Says Kishjona, "Lord, my only love and life, what if you were to permit this wonderful youth to assist me with getting the large quantities of food in here, since it is bound to take my servants a full hour?" I said, "Just so. Avail yourself of him. Only cut out the excessive amazement, for you know that with God all things are quite easily possible." Kishjona is fully satisfied with such advice, and implores the amicably beaming youth to assist in getting the foods from the kitchen unto the set tables. Says the youth, "But without all that astonishment, dearest friend, just take a look at the tables. It already took place while you were still contemplating asking the Lord of all glory for my assistance. But where do you have your wine?" Says Kishjona, casually mustering the tables and secretly amazed, "Verily, we nearly forgot the wine. Would you be so good and get it from the cellar?" Says the youth, "Take a look. Once again, it is taken care of. The wine is on the table with the foods in the right quantity." Kishjona eyes the 40 large tables set in the big dining room, and nothing is lacking. Chairs and benches are in the most beautiful order, and the lamps, for lighting up at dusk, provided in the right number on all the tables, already are burning with clean flames. On seeing all this, Kishjona, inwardly stunned, says after a while, oh God, you my Jesus, my love eternal. If this is kept up, then all my dwellings shall come apart yet today, and all wood and stone therein shall come alive." And turning to the youth, "My fairest young man, human or angel, whatever you might be, Tell me just a little of how this is possible to you. Says the youth, You are indeed inquisitive. I tell you that nothing is possible to me without him who now dwells with you in this house. He alone carries out all these things. But on how this is possible to him, you shall have to seek his advice. For the power within me to act thus is not my possession, but the Lord's possession, who right now is taking abode at your dwelling. Therefore, go and ask him. Says Jonah, That, dearest friend, I do know indeed. Only the ways and means on how this is possible. That is where I would like a hint. Surely you need motion. But how speedy and sure this must be. For compared to this, lightning itself is a snail's pace. I must think no more about it. If only you had needed at least 100 moments for all this, then the thing would still be understandable, but like this, without discernible span of time. And in the best order at that. This is what yanks me right out of my usual thinking mode, so that I hardly dare to breathe for reverence and admiration. Say I to Jonah, Now then, friend, are you not finished with your astonishment yet? I suggest that we now take our seats at the table, and first eat supper, and discuss further points on God's omnipotence and his most distinct love and wisdom thereafter. Says Jonah, Forgive me, Lord, I nearly forgot why the foods and drinks are on the table, for all the astonishment over astonishment. Therefore I would ask you and all yours to get down to the table. But where is the mother of your body, Mary, and those she brought with her, your supposed sisters, that I may go and fetch them to supper? I said, Just ask about your wife and daughters. That's where also good Mary is, together with the daughters of Joseph, who was my earthly adoptive father. These are now busy with each other taking in everything, for which they would of course still have tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and even later. Our young and nimble servant shall indeed fetch them and bring them here. So be at ease. Chapter 97. Explanation of the parable of the tares. I hardly had spoken this when the youth was already here with the women, and we all sat down at the tables, soon consuming the supper in good cheer. But after the meal I said to everybody, Listen, since it is a beautiful, starlit night, we shall not immediately take our rest, but settle down on the lawn under the sky, for today I have yet much to say unto you and show you. This offer was agreeable to all, and we soon rose from the tables and proceeded into the open and unto a hill of some 40 metres height, which gently rose at the end of the garden some 30 paces inland from shore. Jonah remarked, of course, that although this hill affords a lovely view of the entire sea, there nevertheless was the perpetual unpleasantness that it was massively infested with snakes, adders, and vipers, probably on account of its proximity to the sea. He had indeed tried everything to chase off the vermin unsuccessfully. I said, Let it be. From now on, it shall not be serving this vermin for an abode. Of this you can be fully assured. Says Jonah, If so, which I don't doubt in the least, then firstly I would thank you from the bottom of my heart for such riddance, and secondly, in remembrance of you, a proper school shall be built here for both the great and small, young and old, expounding your purest teaching. I said, such school, if abiding by the fundamentals, shall at all times enjoy my blessings. Unfortunately, however, the way the world is, it shall with time not spare this school, just as with my purest teaching. Therefore nothing is lasting in this world, because the whole world is now in a bad condition, and circumcised by Satan. But let us now go up the hill. I and Kisjona move ahead, with all the disciples and with Kisjona's servants at our heels. As we come to the hill, however, Kisjona notices a hefty adder in front of him moving up the hill, and he soon sees several of them and says to me, "Lord, did I actually not have enough faith for this vermin to have cleared out?" I said, "This is for the purpose of your seeing and recognizing the fullness of the Son of God's glory. And so pay attention. I now shall command these animals to leave this area and not inhabit it for all time, for as long as any of your offspring occupies this garden or hill. You shall see how even these exceedingly dull beasts have to obey my voice." Here I faced the mountain and threatened the beasts, and these shot like arrows out of their holes by the many thousands and fled into the sea. And thus the mountain was cleansed of this vermin for evermore, and there was not seen again upon this hill any ever so small worm. We, however, then moved up the hill unconcerned, and since there was already some dew on the grass, Kisjona had brought a great many carpets, covering nearly the entire hill, once again enjoying also the youth's useful and fast services. Thereupon we happily settled down on the fairly choice carpets. My disciples, however, who, notwithstanding all their thinking, brooding, and meditating about the parable of the tares in the field, could not get to the bottom of it, came over to me on the hill and asked me to clarify the parable of the sower who cast good grain into the soil, but later found tares in among the wheat. I said to them, however, "Did you not hear what Kisjona is preparing to build on this hill in memory of me? And how I told him how such institution would fare in view of the world? See, this has an application with a good field that was sown with the purest of wheat, and yet sprouted a great many tares in its midst afterwards. See, the significance of the parable is this. It is I, or as the Jews are wont to say, the Son of Man, who is now casting the good seed. The adversary sowing them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the cutters are the angels. But just as one weeds the tares from the field, binding them in bundles and burning them, so it shall be also at the end of the world. The Son of Man shall send out his angels, and they shall gather together from his kingdom everything that offends, and all those men who act unrighteous, and who have neither eyes nor ears for the want of their brethren, and still less a heart, and shall cast them into the fiery furnace, where there shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. The fiery furnace, however, shall be for the children of malice, by which is to be understood pride, selfishness, domination, hard-heartedness, indifference towards God's word, avarice, envy, jealousy, falsehood, cheating, false promises, fornication and whoring, adultery, false witness, slander, and everything that is contrary to love of neighbour, their own heart. For just as heaven in all glory shall sprout from the hearts of the righteous, so shall sprout what is in the unjust heart. A bad grain shall not bring forth good fruit into all eternity. A hard heart shall yield no soft fruit, and a heart that does not keep its promises will never be able to master itself. And the wrath shall be the fire that shall never be extinguished. Therefore, beware of all this, and become righteous in everything, in accordance with the commandment of love. Chapter 98. Not keeping a promise is most reprehensible. Do not ever promise a person something you then cannot, or even worse, do not wish to keep for whatever reasons, if you truly want to become children of God. In truth, I tell you, the worst thing is a promise that is not kept. For the one who is angry sins within himself and harms first himself. Who practices lewdness buries his soul in the judgment of the flesh and again harms himself. But the evil of evils is the lie. If you have promised to do something for a person, and circumstances arise that make it impossible for you to keep your promise, do go to him without delay and tell him honestly what has happened to you, so that he can help himself at the proper time in some other way to overcome some difficulty. But woe betide everyone who makes promises and does not keep them, even if he could do so. For thereby he causes far-reaching trouble. The one who expected his help cannot fulfill his duty, and the hands of those who relied on him are tired, and thus such a broken promise can cause greatest embarrassment and distress to thousands. Therefore, a promise that is not kept is the thing most opposed to the love of one's neighbour, and therefore the greatest of evils. It is better to have a hard heart, because that will not raise any deceptive hopes with anyone. One knows that nothing can be expected of a hard-hearted person, and therefore other means are sought for the preservation of the necessary order. But if someone expects something that was promised to him, he abstains from seeking other ways and means. And when the time comes that the business of the one expecting help has to be attended to, and the one who promised him lets him down, and does not tell him in advance that for some reason, which must of course be absolutely true, he will not be able to keep his promise, such promiser is like Satan, who from the very beginning made mankind brilliant promises through his prophets, none of which he has ever kept, thereby plunging numerous people into misery. Therefore, beware, above all, of such promises which you cannot keep, and even worse, for whatever reasons, do not want to keep. For that is the attitude of the chief of devils. Be loving and righteous in all things, for in the Father's kingdom the righteous ones shall shine as the sun at noon. He who has ears, let him hear. For I want to give you another 2 parables about the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven also is like unto a treasure hidden in a field, which a man found. And as it was too big and heavy for him to carry home, since he was still too far away, he went and buried it in the adjacent field at night. Then went home happily, sold everything at home, and bought the field at any price. For the treasure in the field was worth thousands of times more than what he paid for the field. And since the field was now his, he could safely take the treasure out of the field, since no one could dispute its ownership. Now he could easily move the treasure to his new house, which he had bought with the field, and no longer had to earn his living by the sweat of his brow, for he now enjoyed vast excess for life. Do you understand this parable? Said the disciples, "This is an easy parable, for the finders of the treasure are those who hear your word, and the field is men's worldly heart, which they first must spiritually buy for themselves through acting upon your word, so that your word becomes their possession in their hearts, and with that they can work all good for themselves and their brethren." I said, "You have understood the parable well, for thus it is with the true kingdom of heaven. But hear another. Chapter 99. Parable of the great pearl and the net. The kingdom of heaven also is like unto a merchant who searched all the lands for good pearls. And he found a pearl of enormous value. Inquiring of its price, and when told, he returned to his city, sold everything he had, and then went and bought the big pearl, which in turn was of thousands-fold greater value than what he paid. Have you understood this image? Say the disciples, "Yes, Lord, this too we understand, for such merchant we all are, having left everything on your account. You, however, to us are the big priceless pearl." I said, "This parable also you have understood in all truth, for thus it is with the kingdom of heaven. But listen unto another parable. The kingdom of heaven yet again is like unto a net that is cast into the sea for the catching of all kinds of fish. And when the net is full, the fishermen draw it to shore, whereupon they take out the good fish, placing them in a container. But the sick and foul they throw away. Thus it shall also be at the end of the world. The angels shall go out and separate the wicked from the righteous, and shall cast them into the furnace of their own wicked hearts. And there shall be great wailing and gnashing of teeth, which is a true darkness of the evil soul, which shall constantly be in search, but not find what will gratify its evil love." And after a while I asked the disciples, who were in deep thought about this image, "Have you also understood this parable?" And these said, "Yes, Lord. This parable too we have properly understood now. It resembles the one you told at the coast of Gesera. He who has, to him shall be given, that he may have more abundantly. But he who has not, from him shall be taken also what he has." And Ahab added, By the sick and foul fishes, I understand mainly the Pharisees and all those idle scribes who constantly proffer their old wares, praising nature and its productiveness, but despise and persecute everything ever so brilliant that this time has to offer. These too surely would be foul and sick fishes. What is there in being a scribe and Pharisee in the brain, but take oneself to be measurelessly better than other men, and to even receive sacrifices and tithes from those men, probably better brothers and sisters, yet having a hollow, stone-hard and unfeeling heart? Therefore I believe that in future, he who is initiated into the kingdom of heaven in his heart according to your word shall surely have to discard the old, spoilt and foul doctrinal junk of the Pharisees, laying an entirely new foundation for your teaching. For your teaching is wise and just, and therefore diametrically opposed to that of the Pharisees. Well do I know indeed that Moses and the other prophets prophesied out of your spirit. But how distorted are they now? And since you are now here yourself to reveal your will to us, what for still the foul and sick Moses, as also all the prophets? Who in his heart according to you, O Lord, has actively become a learner in the kingdom of heaven, no longer needs a Moses and prophets? I said, you are quite right in what you are saying, except for a small detail, which consists in the fact that a true teacher of the law, that is, one who has become a learner in the kingdom of heaven, must be like a wise householder who produces from his store both old and new to offer to his guests for their enjoyment. Or should one, when the new wine is filled into the skins, pour out the good old wine? Or throw out the old grain when the new crop has been gathered into the barns? Therefore, a true teacher of the law, a learner in the kingdom of heaven, must know and observe the old scripture as well as my new word. Says Ahab, but surely only Moses and the prophets, excluding the no doubt partly distorted laws of the land, the empty rules of divine service, which can no longer be of any use since all of us are politically subject to the Roman laws anyway. I said, that goes without saying. What has to be omitted from the ancient law for the sake of true love of one's neighbour, you find already written down. Here are now my two friends from Sishar, who are witnesses to my extensive Sermon on the Mount, which deals with all these things. With this, Ahab is quite satisfied. Chapter 100. Why does God not always help immediately? But now I call over the two Sisharites to put to me the case for which they came here. And Janel, the spokesman, says, Lord, you actually had already touched upon the correct reason earlier, and so it is. It nevertheless is hard to believe that people who together with us have the enduringly great signs of your divine power before their eyes should be so evil. They acknowledge the truth and persecute it for the very reason that they have to acknowledge it as truth. Me they have expelled. Had Brother Jeruth not taken me in, together with my family, I should be without roof over my head. Lord, How fervently and how often I had prayed to you in spirit for you to come and stand by me against my enemies. Yet it was in vain, and you did not come to help us out of our worst plight. While it is true that you left us in your stead visible angels to serve us, these don't want to always act, or in a manner I consider as desirable, for they say that they can do nothing without your will, for only your will is their entire power and authority. This is all true, of course, yet with the offended old arch-Samaritans expelling hundreds of your followers from the country, so that they have to seek shelter with the heathens, with the necessary consequence of the expelled themselves becoming heathens, and surely it ought to be in order for your angels to intervene, to put an end to such evil doings, rather than watch all this and hang their faces with us, sighing and exclaiming with us. Are not the Lord's counsels always mysterious and unfathomable his ways? But what does this help? Hundreds turn into heathens. Hundreds are caned and mocked in public places for your name's sake. Joram had to leave Sishar for a time, and the house that Jacob built meanwhile stands empty and locked up. And Joram and his wife now also find themselves in brother Jeruth's house, like many other respectable families who no longer were tolerated in Sishar on your account. Yet against all this your angels, who dwell with us, have taken not one step. Lord, Lord, in your holiest name, what is the good of all this? Must all power and might over you be ceded to Satan on this earth? Or is his hell, in all earnest, more powerful than your heavens? Lord, if this continues, then mankind of a truth shall be forced to erect temples and sacrificial altars to Satan, and pull yours down. A most sorry state of the times. What is now the divine service in Gerizim, and even in the Jerusalem temple, other than sheerest Satan service? I know it through your own mouth, yourself being the Lord himself who dwells within you in all fullness bodily, how God wants to be honoured and worshipped. Then look at the service at Gerizim, and you have the truest and most authentic Satan service. For there, in all earnest and not denied even by your angels, incense is scattered to Satan in full measure. Faithfully and truly, Lord, thus it goes on, and it cannot be a secret to you that it does so. And yet you are allowing it to be so and to go on. Lord, how are we to take this and to understand your holy word? And even the honest brother Jeruth, fully devoted to you, together with his entire house, day after day is receiving threats to either declare himself a Samaritan without delay, or suffer dispossession of all properties. Many who had already staunchly embraced your teaching, O Lord, have let themselves be intimidated by daily threats and prescribed cursing and oaths, and have reverted to the purest Satan service. See, Lord, such things are taking place, to which your angels indeed are at all times veiling their faces. But to what end such formal sympathy? Lord, you can see into my heart, totally devoted to you. And thus I speak to you without reservation and say, here a sympathetic watching is as untimely as a fig just 3 days after dropping off the blossoms. Here only weighing in forcefully with all power will do, or Satan gains ground and root. And if already now your disciples cannot prevail against him, what shall they do after he has attained to full power, which should not be too hard for him, if continuing unopposed, as is the unfortunate case up till now, when not even your angels dare to undertake anything against him? For the sake of your holy name, and for the sake of all those who, like us, still cling to your name unshakably, stand by us and free us from Satan's traps. Did you not yourself, up on the mountain, teach us how to pray? Yet see, it is getting worse by the day instead of better. We're willing to offer up everything to you and to suffer poverty to the limit of our love for you. But some spot upon earth surely you will not begrudge us. For in order to follow you, one cannot live among wolves, hyenas, and bears, unless one wish to become like unto those beasts. We're not asking for a peaceful paradise in this world, but only that we should not have to live among devils in the most perfect hell. From this, O Lord, protect us.